drummer.
Oh, yeah.
So a few of the people that I know who've gone to that stopped in there beforehand, and he just does a bit of a chat and have your picture taken with him and all that,
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
All right. Evening all.
Evening.
How are you doing?
Evening all. Cheers, everybody. Friday.
Cheers.
It's Friday, isn't it? Yeah.
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. I'm fucking knackered.
My shifts, from going from nights to days and days to nights, I do lose track of the days. But evening, everybody. Hope you're doing well.
It's fantastic to have you here.
And it's a little bit cooler tonight. I've been spending most of the week with no shirt on because it's like a fucking oven in my apartment.
Oh, that's like mine as well. I'm quite
pleased that I'm able to get dressed because I'd end up sat here looking like Rab C. Nesbitt.
Yeah, I do. I mean, the saying up here is my balls are dripping.
Yeah,
literally.
Are you not got big light on then today?
Big light?
No,
where's big light at, Mark?
I haven't got the big light. I'm trying. I never quite know where to set up, but my light's in the corner, but I'm not as comfortable in the corner. And I feel like a dunce. I feel like I'm in the right place of me apartment. But if I have to put the big light on, I will put big light on. Don't worry.
I think it's apt that Mark's in the dark. It's better for the viewer.
Yeah, best place for me. Yeah. Evening, old Peter. How's the lads?
What's happening, Gaylords?
Yeah.
Enough with the Lord.
Happy with that, yeah.
I'd rather Flower, Dylan. At least Flower. Don't mind being called Flower, but Gaylord, come on.
Right. I think Mike
Roger
should kick this off and explain what we're doing.
Well, I watched Marty and Alan do their. They had some guests on as well, but they've done their top 10 bands, and I got a lot of enjoyment out of that video, that stream a couple of weeks ago. And I was thinking, when I started watching it, I was thinking to myself, I don't know who I would have in my top 10 bands. And a few years ago, I'd done a top 5 bands. And thankfully, I've since deleted that video because it was kind of embarrassing. Because what I did was I kind of just I didn't really give it a lot of thought. And I thought about bands who I just thought that, I'll like them. I like them good enough to be in a top 5 or whatever. But I didn't really drill down into the catalogues. And a couple of months after doing that video, I done album rankings of them bands, and I've barely listened to some of them bands since. And that video was about 4 or 5 years ago. And so when I started watching Marty and Alan, I was thinking, well, what would I put in a list? And then Marty mentioned, Alan mentioned Man of War. And I thought, oh, fucking hell, Man of War in your top 10. So Alan obviously likes them a lot more than me. And then he started describing what he likes of Man of War and what he doesn't. And I thought, by the end of his explanation, I thought, fucking hell, me and Alan like Man of War round about the same. And he was quite comfortable putting them in his top 10. And I wouldn't have done that. I would have felt like a bit of a, what would be the word? Just like a fraud or whatever, trying to say that they were in my favourite bands. But after listening to Marty and Alan explain why bands were in, even if they didn't, I was kind of naive, thinking, surely you've got to own all the albums, know all the songs, know every fucking thing about them. And them lot showed me that you absolutely don't. And as soon as I sort of got my head around that, I was like, oh yeah, I'd really like to do a response video for this. So I didn't get any pushback off any of you lot this time. I normally argue with him below. But this time everyone was just like, yeah, whatever then, fair enough. So it's been the hardest research for a video ever, and it's changed. My top 10 has changed over and over again until today. Even
it has been a real hard one, and I'm not sure if I've fully understood the brief, because I wasn't quite sure whether I should be picking my favourite 10 metal bands or what I consider the top 10 metal bands of all time.
no, yours.
Do you know? So it's like I wasn't quite sure what this stream was going to be, and like I say, I've picked my own, and I found it hard. So I don't think I've got a full 10 here. I've picked out all sorts. I found it, and I think you touched on it there, Mike, about bands. You can still like bands and find them your favourite bands without having to own the entire discography, and like all of their albums. And that's what I was kind of doing in the very beginning of this, was thinking, right, my favourite bands, well, they've got to have all good albums, haven't they? Otherwise, that's that, you know.
Yeah, Marty's ears were burning.
That wasn't the case.
Yeah, Marty's just tuning in to say, what the fuck are you stealing my idea for?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is the second idea we've stolen.
Which is fair enough.
We need to fucking start coming up with our own stuff.
I actually found this one to be. I try not to put too much thought into it, which doesn't mean I'm prepared. But I was thinking it's 4 or 5 bands came straight off the top of my head. I was thinking, yeah, easy, they'd be in my top 10. And then I started pulling albums out, thinking, well, what else does that? And then I was actually thinking, do I have to like the whole discography? If I were to pull out a band and they're still going, and I've only got the 80s albums, is it all right to say I like the 80s? Say Wasp, for example. If I just said Wasp is in my top 10, but only for the 80s part, does that qualify? And I guess it does qualify because it's my top 10 favorite bands. But then as I started pulling out stuff, I was thinking, oh, well, what about this band? And I realized I was starting to pull bands out that I still get really excited when they've got an upcoming release, and I'm likely to buy it even if I haven't heard it. Yeah, Scott, you got your hand up.
Oh no, sorry, I was just doing a wee erection. That's just a wee erection.
You've never had one that big, have you?
I wish.
That's why I didn't recognise it on you, Scott. Here we go. So I ended up with more than 10, and I found it hard to actually whittle it down. Rather than thinking about how I was going to get it up to 10, I had a bit of trouble getting it down to 10. So who knows? And also, what's the difference between a 6th and a 7th favourite band? So I don't know if my order here is anything to go by as such. Maybe the top 2 or 3 are. But and I've not sweated over getting them in the right order, because they're. And
it's tough though, isn't it? Because I really, when we sort of had this idea for this, I don't generally have favourite bands. I tend to have favourite albums,
and that's why we should be doing this type of video.
And you're right, and that was what made it so I suppose difficult for me, because I was thinking I've never really thought, maybe when I was 14, 15, first getting into bands, that's when you always seem to pick a favourite band. You lent towards a certain band, but over the years, I've lent towards genres and styles, and I've got favourite albums in those. I would have found it probably easier picking favourite genres, but
Marty and Alan and that, they will have probably been exactly the same.
Yeah,
but there's no fun in not challenging yourself.
Oh no, you're dead right, absolutely right, and that's what's so much fun about these live streams, isn't it? Because it gets you thinking, and I love anything that's like that. But it's
well, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't challenged really at all, because I picked mine this morning. I've just been so busy, and like obviously through the last couple of weeks, you guys have been putting on the chat, oh, this is ridiculous, it's so hard, and I'm just like, I've not even thought about it. I literally flicked through my Discogs today and then put 10 bands down. I just thought, yeah, that's one, that'll be one. So That's why has Scott got at least metal top on? Did he forget this was a metal themed show? Nah, I just couldn't be arsed. So, what a hoodie. You don't metal bands don't always wear metal stuff.
Yeah, they
So,
do.
there we go.
Yeah, they do actually.
Yeah, they
Metal
do.
bands
Yeah.
can just wear hoodies.
No, they can't. Corn
Yes, they can.
can wear hoodies, but no.
We strive.
I forgot
So-
one there. Picked another album out. I forgot all about that.
Before we start talking about the bands we've picked, did you did anyone get any? Probably not with Scott, judging by he's just fucking there. That'll do.
I believe the term is half-arsed approach.
Yeah.
No. I had my top 3, and then, like you say, when you get to like 8 and 9, you're like, well, is it? Are they really 8 and 9? They're just there.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
That ain't none.
Yeah.
Did anyone discover anything about themselves? Just sort of one thing while you were doing it. Like, did you? I'll give you an example because I did. I like you a lot. I had some go-to bands right away. Then after that, you're like, "Oof, right, well, I tell you what, I might refresh myself with their catalogue a little bit and see, how I feel about it. And Black Sabbath, I just sold all my Black Sabbath stuff because I went, started to dig in and listen to my stuff, and I thought, you know what? When I started to learn how to play guitar, anyone who can play guitar knows Black Sabbath's fucking riff central, and I still maintain Iommi is the riff master. And I spent my whole sort of first 2 or 3 years just learning Sabbath riffs. Couldn't get enough of it. Bought all the albums like that for that era. I mean, it's not the same type of thing after the Ozzy era, really. But for the Ozzy era, I just constantly playing Sabbath riffs. Couldn't get enough of it. But after I learnt them riffs, because they are awesome, but they're not difficult either. They're all very easy to pick up and learn. Once I learned all them Sabbath riffs, I found there was fuck all left for me with Sabbath. I just didn't enjoy the songs. I just thought all these are a great catalogue of riffs for me to check off my repertoire. Oh yeah, I can play fucking Supernote or whatever. But then after that, I kind of didn't realise that for years. In my mind, I was always a Sabbath fan, and when I went back, I just thought, I'm selling all this. I do never ever play these. And I just don't care about Sabbath. So I sold them all this week. I don't suppose anyone done anything as radical as that. You know what I'm like.
Tell you, if I was a CD or record in your collection, I would be shitting myself on a weekly basis.
I'd be on a fucking shaky peg, like.
Honest to God. And everything is it's like on the edge, it's on the cusp of being homeless.
I'm about to get fucking eBayed now.
Jeez. And what'll happen as well, Mike, and I know it, in about 3 years' time, you'll hear a song, you'll think, fucking hell, why have I sold
No, honestly, I won't. I tell a lie. I kept Dehumanizer. I kept that album because for me, that's a good album. Doesn't have any fucking riffs on like Into the Void or out, but as a whole album, it's a good album. Whereas
I don't know how you do it, Mike. Honest to God, you are brutal, aren't you? You really are.
Gotta say, I agree with Marty here because when we put this topic together, I instantly thought it would be all 80s metal bands, and I have surprised myself by having some bands in there that are fairly new. But as I say, the ones that if I know there's an album coming out, I'm getting excited about it. I'm pre-ordering it. I'm getting it regardless. So yeah, but it'll probably change in a year's time as well. Probably change next week.
Yeah. But that's what these are about, aren't they? That's what these live streams are about. And anything we do like that, any videos that we make on our channels, you're making them at that time, so taste will change. And That's the life of a collector, isn't it? Going through different
What do you
stages.
mean? What videos, channels? What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, yeah, but yeah. I should mention
We do this thing, you know.
Us other three here, Scott. We have.
All right.
We
do you have separate channels?
I think
And you make videos about stuff.
I think if you go on YouTube, I think you've still got a channel somewhere.
Probably somewhere.
You probably have to make a video every 6 months to keep it valid, though.
I know. I might get shut down. I've just not had any.
Well, you've been a busy bee, haven't you?
I have been busy. You know. Like I barely made it to this, and like my eyes are like.
As you can tell, Mike being the utter professional, and he's been playing music all week and that, and you've just got home from the tattoo shop in your work gear. And,
I literally just came home.
Pulled the first 10 albums off your shelf. Yeah. That'll do.
I'm not even going to show it in because my flat's a fucking state. I've been working in the tattoo shop trying to get it ready, and I just can't be fucking arsed.
So it looks like we're carrying Scott tonight, doesn't
it? You're definitely.
It's his fucking enthusiasm, I love.
Oh well, thing is, Mike. Normally I would have all this time to sit down for 2 weeks, like you all have, like Mike has. Mike's been learning stuff about himself and getting rid of stuff and getting all philosophical. And I literally thought about it like last night, going, "Oh fuck, I better put a list together."
Yeah. Well, Scott's working,
and then you
hard.
Still didn't. You've done it today.
Scott's working hard to build the future of him and his family, and he's getting a fucking hard time.
And then Mike's like, "Well, be a bit more fucking enthusiastic." I'm fucking sorry.
You could have at least tattooed your list on your body, Scott.
Yeah, that would have done. That would have shown some commitment.
Listen, I'll carry you the next time, right?
Yeah. That's how Scott. That's right. That's how Scott got his list. He got his Discogs, got the phone. Yeah, that's on the list.
Yeah,
that's on the fucker.
Well, hey, we're just glad to have you here, Scott. Ignore him.
Fine.
Yeah. All joking aside.
Yeah,
that's true.
Right. Just make up numbers tonight.
Well, you can go first.
Oh, fuck off! How does that work?
No. You haven't really thought of them yet, have you?
Not exactly. I'm gonna. In fact, I've not even got my list in front of me. I've just got like names in my head.
He's just shaking his phone off screen now.
I'm just gonna look at my iPad.
That's not his phone.
And see what my notes say.
Right.
I think Mike should go first because it's his idea.
Well, it's Marty's. He can go first.
I think Marty should go first because it's his idea.
Right. Okay, I'll go first.
Right then.
So, back in 2009, 2010, I won't get into it on this video, but I have touched on the fact that life took I got quite a knock in life around about 2009, 2010, and I was not really had a clue about music anymore. And I got myself a PlayStation to try and just sort of pull myself out of a bit of a depression and stuff like that. And I was playing Gran Turismo 4, and the Sales of Sharon from this Scorpions album, Taken by Force, came on. And I was so out of touch because my only experience with the Scorpions by that time was an album I picked up on holiday in 1989, which was Savage Amusement. Kind of just picked it up because it was cheap and I liked the song Passion Rules the Game. So I just got it because it was there and for next to out. But in 2009 or 10, whenever I was playing that game, and the Sales of Sharon come out, I was so fucking, I was so blown away by it, but I had no idea who it was. I actually thought, embarrassing as it is, I thought it was fucking Primus because it's quite an unusual, quirky song. And I'm thinking, well, could that be Primus? They're capable of, that sort of thing. They've probably got the technical ability to play that type of song. And I didn't have a clue. And it took looking on the internet and digging up the fucking track list for the Gran Turismo game and stuff till I seen it was Scorpions. And I had a real struggle sort of accepting that. I was thinking, fucking hell, that is Scorpions. And then I went and dug into this album. I got a download of it, and I was just blown away by that whole album. And then that was it. I just started to download Scorpions albums. It was all just fucking downloading back then for me, and I just downloaded all the Scorpions catalog, and I barely listened to anything else for them. 2009 till maybe 2012. Just fucking Scorpions the whole time. I ended up buying everything, but I since got myself in check and thought, look, everything isn't brilliant. As they've had a long career and that, there's some stuff that you don't need to own. So I sold the stuff that I didn't think was essential. But I mean, even though I've sold a load off, I've still got like 9 albums or something. And I just thought, well, 9 albums that I really enjoy, and even songs off other albums that I just don't necessarily need to own. Yeah, that's got to qualify for the number 10 slot. And I'm kind of grateful to the band for like pulling me out of a fucking real low point in my life. And they weren't the right type of band for me in the 80s. They were. I kind of would have frowned on them. They would have been too soft and too. I would have found them a bit like I thought of Dio, fucking old man, fuck all that, But I really appreciate them now, and yeah, definitely worthy of being on my list, I think.
And bearing in mind, even a band that can get into Mike's top 10, it could end up on eBay. Some of their albums could end up on eBay. That's how brutal that man is. All I can say is
eBay next week.
I'm just pleased it was Gran Turismo and not Guitar Hero we got into, because Dragon Force could have been at number 10 quite easily.
Oh, fucking hell no.
I'm sorry, you dragged me out of depression, but it's fucking $5.99 on eBay for you. Yeah. Scorpions.
Yeah.
They didn't make my list.
Did you see that coming or not?
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'd have said Scorpions would have been on your list.
I mean, that's what this live stream's all about. I suppose it's those albums that mean something to you on a personal level, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? But I do quite like the Scorpions, but I've never really delved into their back catalogue intensely. I always just think Gorky Park and songs like that. That's kind of the Scorpions that resonate with me around that time. But I know if you go further back,
it's a world of difference.
Absolutely, yeah.
Early 80s Scorpion. I'm not surprised to see it on your list, Mike, actually, because you have talked quite highly about them before. But for me, Blackout is probably, I know it's a bit stereotypical. Everybody likes Blackout.
Yeah.
But I do like that album, and that's probably my go-to. That, and I like Worldwide Live as well. But I've got 3 or 4 Scorpions albums, but I don't really know the 70s stuff that well, and I've never dug into the sort of post-80s stuff at all.
No, I'm thinking around Savage Amusement's good. What's the other one? I got rid of is it Sting in the Tail?
Yeah, I got rid of everything after 1990.
No, I Love It First Sting movie. What's the kind of black and white cover with the guy and the girl on the front?
Love It First Sting, yeah.
Yeah, I got rid of that because that just fucking annoyed me. But I don't know. Do you know what it is? I think it's the Scorpion songs that get played the most annoy me. And it kind of puts me off them. Like Winds of Change, you hear that, you go, Jesus. And then you hear Rock Me Like a Hurricane. It's a terrible song.
They've got...
So it kind of put... And it's not really fair because they've obviously got a lot more. It's like when you hear, I hate Thin Lizzy, because all you hear on the radio is the boys are back in town, or waiting for an alibi, or something like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, they've got like probably another 100 songs to play, but it's the same ones that just get recycled over and over again.
Yeah, that's not their fault though.
No, that's not their fault. But I'm just saying that's how they come across, though. Do you know what I mean?
They wrote them.
Yeah.
They wrote the songs.
Well, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, but they didn't write them expecting it to get,
So much
way
play.
more exposure than. But no, I mean, I the first couple of Scorpions albums don't do it for me. Fly the Rainbow, and to be honest, I mean, I love the song In Trance, but I don't really start owning Scorpions albums till Virgin Killer, and I stop after the 1990 album, whatever that is, that with Wind of Change on it or whatever. Fucking hell, why can't I remember it?
Crazy World.
Crazy World, yeah. That's the period I own from there till there, and I sold everything either side of it.
I've sold Crazy World.
Even though some of it's okay, I just felt like it was diluting my love for them really by looking on the shelf and going, fucking hell, look at all them, and I really don't ever want to play most of them. So I just took out what I really love, and now I look on the shelf and go, oh great, I've got those Scorpions albums.
So that's actually a great example then of a band that's your favorite band, but you've got a cut-off period, and what they do after you don't like. They're not your favorite band after that, but they're on your list because there's a subset of albums that they've got that you love, and I think that's absolutely fine to have on your top 10 list. You don't have to have every single album for every single band, because certainly a lot of the bands that I know we're going to be on here have been going for 40 plus years, and most bands have at least one stinker.
At least.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you were trying to figure out your top 10 from bands that have got a perfect discography, you're going to be at it all day long, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what, guys, I can't keep up with the comments today. We are everybody's in fine voice. Keep them coming. I'll get there.
Yeah.
Friday night, everyone's happy. It's the weekend.
Right.
Well, I go.
Who's next?
Well, I go there.
Yeah, go on. Go on,
It's
newbie.
taken me this long to actually think of my number 10. But no, I'm gonna go for Accept. And this is a band I didn't really expect to get in my top 10, but it was one of those bands that, as I was kind of discovering metal, you hear about the one song I used to hear about all the time, whatever I was reading or whatever, was Metal Heart, and I put on Metal Heart on YouTube. So this is where I discovered Accept. And I hated it. I hated Udo's voice. I just thought, oh man, you know when you hear of a band that everyone speaks so highly of, and you think, oh yeah, I'm going to get my teeth into them, and then you listen to it and you go, oh fuck off, you're like, that's a bit shite. But and then after, so it was, I think it was maybe 2 or 3 years later, I kind of went back to them, and for something, it just clicked. I started listening to like full albums and not just like wee snippets of songs here and there. And then I went to see Sabaton, and Accept were supporting, obviously with their newer singer. They were, I think it was on the Rise of Chaos, or maybe the one before that. I can't remember. But then I remember watching them going, oh fucking hell, these guys are amazing. And you know, Mark Tornillo, he doesn't really sound that much different from Udo. So it kind of made me, because I'd seen it all in like a live experience or situation, I kind of went back and it kind of gave me the perspective. And I obviously went back to like Balls to the Wall and even earlier, Russian Roulette, Metal Heart, and I just thought, oh yeah, I'm going to just grab all their stuff now. So, and now the Udo period is my favourite period from Accept. So I'm going to go for Accept for my number 10.
I've got to say, Scott, that if I'd have gone to see Sabaton, whoever was support band probably would have
I know you're going to say it.
at the end of the day. Boom! You can have that one.
I think when you see a band live, you seem to have a bit more of a connection than you do just buying the album.
Absolutely.
it's certainly, you seem a little bit more invested in a band, and you might be
definitely.
prepared to overlook things or something like that if you've got a good gig experience under your belt with them, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Definitely.
mean, it was funny because it's when they played Metal Heart at the gig, I just thought, oh, this is fucking amazing. What the fuck was I talking about?
My experience of Accept, I like them now. They're a band that I'm into. But back in the day, I can remember the rock club that we used to go into, and they did play sort of a classic rock hour. You'd have, your Motorhead and all that, and they'd always play Balls to the Wall. And I just used to. I never sort of took them seriously, I think, because of that song and this little tiny, what looked to me like you look like a dwarf or a midget or something was the front man. I wasn't paying him any attention, but he looked odd to me. You know what I mean?
You're not allowed to say,
being the
midget
sort
anymore.
It's what?
You're not allowed to say midget anymore.
Are you not? Okay.
Nah, it's not very PC.
So what do you call midget gems then, Sweets? Have they changed their name?
Oh, now you're just dwarf gems.
You can't call them gems anymore.
But I was very much at that time the music was into. If a band didn't look cool, or the names of the members weren't cool, I just dismissed them a fickle teenager. But what's their album? Is it Blood Nation or something like that?
Blood of the Nations.
Blood of the Nations, yeah. But I picked that up off eBay, and I was well impressed with it. Well impressed. And then watching Darcy's channel and different people's channels, and Russian Roulette, and I've worked my way back, and they're a band that I do enjoy now. I don't listen to them a lot, but I do enjoy the stuff that I've heard. I've not heard a bad album from them yet. Of any of the ones that I've picked up, I do enjoy them all. Mini gems.
Except for me, I like the 80s stuff. I always remember seeing Balls to the Wall, the cover. I didn't have any of the stuff in back then, but I remember the advert for it was always in Metal Hammer. And I always thought they sounded cool and wanted to get into them. And I don't. You talk about cool band member names. Udo Dirkschneider. I always thought that was quite a cool name, even if he was a mini gem.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've not listened at all or invested any time in this stuff after Udo left, and it's not because I can't imagine Accept without them. I've just never done it. Never even felt. There are that many bands out there you can't get into everything, and they're just not a band that's high up to check out with the newer stuff.
I would say the newer stuff is. I think it won't. I don't think it will stand the test of time compared to the 80s stuff. The newer stuff is very cheesy lyrically, I would say. The lyrics are.
It's got that nuclear blast thing going on, that modern production.
It's a bit. It's a bit fucking cheesy.
It's good. It's good. It does not stand out or memorable, I don't think. But
I think
it's good.
Do you know what it is? The music is great, but it's the lyric writing that really bugs the tits off me.
Yeah.
See, for me, Accept are a band. The idea of being an Accept fan really appeals to me, but when I listen to them, I end up. I can't sit through a full album. I'm just like, do you know what? This is just so fucking basic. I can't be arsed with it. I just find it very, very. It's too simplistic. I really, and he sounds like a fucking baby crow trying to get his mother's attention. Fuck off. It's just, I can't.
Darcy's right. It's got that Andy Sneap thing at the moment, hasn't it?
Yeah.
There's certain songs I like, but I think that I think I've just missed the boat on them. Really, they're from a different time, and even though I heard them back in the 80s, I didn't hear enough of them. I certainly didn't own an album or anything.
Do you have,
And
have you got Restless and Wild?
yeah, honestly,
love
right,
that.
as you know, we've got this stream next week about the top German albums. And as I was sort of circling around what I've got from Germany, I put Restless and Wild on, thinking I might be surprised here. I might end up putting this on my list. I put it on. I wanted to throw the fucking tape out the window. I thought, that's fucking dreadful, that. I fucking awful. It's just too fucking basic. Just too basic. You know, Lado's like
eBay.
probably a great player. It's probably a great player. Just you know, it's like open second, third. Fuck off, mate. That is not a career. That is not good enough anymore.
I think you would argue.
Just yeah, and just I don't know. Like when that song "Ahead of the Pack," and he says it a couple of times, and you think, oh, he's going to say something else in a minute to tie up that bit, and he just says it again, "Ahead of the pack," and you just think, fucking hell, that's just level one. That, but you know, who am I to fucking can't get away with them? Who's next?
Well, I told you, Scott. Pick another 10.
Wish I'd just not come on now.
I'm not sure if I'm going to get disqualified from this live stream because I've realised I've only picked 9 bands.
I wouldn't worry about it.
I'm just going to go with it anyway. I'm just going to go with
Go
the flow.
with it.
So I'm going to show you my first one here, and this is a relatively new band, and they've got a new album that's come out today. The only thing they've had out before that is an EP, but I wanted to show it because if you watch my channel, you know that I'm very much into the new style of old school death metal and the whole sort of plethora of UK bands that are coming through at the moment. And this band just, I find myself gravitating towards them all the time. And with the new album coming out today, I've listened to it a little bit. You get like a free download for it, and it's like Andy was saying before. I've been excited for months knowing about this release, and I was at work today, and it was being released at 9 a.m. this morning, and I was out of work. I've got a coat on, out of work. We have like a little wooded area nearby where people go for a fag, and I was out there making sure I had signal to order it, and it's very, very rare that I do that for any kind of band, and it is Coffin Mulch. I've shown this before. Yeah, Daniel guessed it. It's if you know me and my taste in music, you know I love that HM2 driven Swedish sound, and you know I like that filthy, dirty, and horrible autopsy sound. And these boys combine those two sort of styles just perfectly. And I think as a band as well, I like the way they look. I like the way they present their releases. You know, the artwork's a big thing, and you know, all of us being collectors and that, you know, artwork and the aesthetic side of it does play a big part. You know, if it's got a good looking cover, you're intrigued straight away. Some bands don't tend to worry about that. But I like it. It kind of excites me that there's a young set of lads, you know, probably half my age, playing that old school style. And there is a lot of new bands out there that I do like and I'm really into and follow. But there's just, like I said, there's just something about these boys. They're doing it the right way. They run their own label at War with False Noise. Very DIY approach, again, which lends itself to that old school style. But they just seem to give a shit, you know, like even the records they put out, they don't overcharge. There's just something about them that I really like. I'm really sort of leaning towards. And like I say, you know, for me to nip out of work for 10 minutes when I should be saving lives to order an album says a lot. But yeah, their new album's out today.
Yeah, you're an absolute cunt.
I'm sure the families will understand.
Yeah.
Is this live? But yeah, Coffin Mulch, just a great. Just like I say.
We'll edit that.
I think it was a thing Andy said before. We sort of picked up out in the chat and we were like, "What band's really exciting?" I thought, yeah, what bands are out there right now that properly excite? And that's the top of the list for me, anyway.
So, how many albums do they have out?
So this is their EP, and this is it. This is all they've got out until today when they've released an 8-track album.
That would not sit well with me. That just one EP out. I could never put a band on with such little amount of material. You don't know what's going to happen there, and I mean, that was one of the criterias that I had. I was like, oh, what about the 2 Sabbath albums? I thought, fuck off, 2 albums? No, that's ridiculous. And I totally dismissed bands of that size with that amount of material. I just find that
you can change your mind later.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just sort of saying
that's what I was saying about the criteria for this video. It's like, is it the top 10 metal albums of all, the top 10 metal bands of all time, or just the bands that are really your top 10 at this moment? That's the beauty of
we've all got different sort of criteria in your own mind.
Yeah.
That was definitely one of the big ones for me, though. They've got to have a big catalogue, otherwise I couldn't stand.
This is your starting point. Was it Ollie? Was that Ollie there? Otis.
Otis.
Yeah, this is your starting point, Otis. There, the first EP, Septic Funeral.
Are they Scottish?
They are Scottish, from Glasgow. Yeah. You can get the CD. The CD's on Bandcamp for £5.
Are they playing that Dead of Winter Fest?
They are. You'll meet the boys.
I'm sure they'll be delighted.
But I think the point I want to kind of take off that is sometimes it's not just music. Like a lot of these bands, I think that we're going to pick today, it's how they, like, you kind of touched on how they carry themselves and how they present themselves, and I think that goes a lot towards your feelings for a band as well. Like, I reckon if it's a band that make quite good songs, but they're a bunch of arseholes, that can go against them. Like when you go to pick music, or do you know what I mean? There's a lot of there's a lot of things that go into it, not just the music.
Why do we listen to music? Because it excites us. It brings a feeling to us. And that's why I understand what Mike's saying about, how can you put a band that have just released an EP? I completely get that point. But there's something about this band over all the others that just excites me. I feel like even if the second album they put out in a couple of years is dog shit, that's kind of irrelevant. It's irrelevant to me.
They've done enough so far.
Yeah, they're exciting me and doing what I want from a band to do for me.
Oh yeah. I'm not. I mean, there's no. You're not wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just come at it from they've got to have proven themselves for an extended period of time, for a big chunk of my life, rather than just be blown away by a release.
Yeah,
that was just how I thought of it.
And that's what's good about these streams, because the 4 of us, we're all bound to come at some from different angles, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. Someone's saying, have you heard the new KK Priest? It's fucking the very definition of generic shit. Fucking bollocks. Just that's absolute really shit.
Mike, you need to get into like some sort of magazine or just do your own reviews.
Mike, it is though, isn't it? Mike's it's fucking crap.
Reviews. It's just generic shit.
I did struggle with the last album though, to be fair.
Oh no, that was a good one.
I've not even heard it.
I'm not a fan of Ripper, to be honest with you.
Really?
No.
I quite like him. He's just kind of like a diet Rob Halford, isn't he?
Poundland.
But the new song is called "One More Shot at Glory." For fuck's sake!
Is it? Oh
Yeah.
hell.
I mean, does that not change anything for you, Scott?
Oh yeah, that's absolute dog shit.
Yes. Fuck that short. I'm going for another bottle.
Yeah, that's a bit. That's cheesy, isn't it?
Oh, there's Simon. Hey, Simon. But it is. That's why at the very start of this live stream, I said I suppose we are going to come at it from different angles, aren't we?
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
and that's why I struggle. That's why I struggle with it, because I was thinking, do I want to pick the 10 metal bands that I think are probably, whatever, the most iconic, the ones that have contributed the most to metal, the ones that have inspired the most other bands, or do I just want to do it from my point of view and the ones that mean something to me and have kept me passionate about metal for 30 odd years,
Well, it can be a mix of both.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It just depends what that band does for you.
Yeah.
I have got a mix of both.
Yeah.
And shall I pull one out?
Do it.
Yeah.
Please.
And I'm glad you showed one with less releases than the band I'm going to show, because then it's it's not so bad. But it will be no surprise about a band that I love a lot. And what I've tried to do with all my choices is, because one of my criteria was bands I'm excited about, is kind of show all the latest releases. So, Seven Sisters, Shadow of a Fallen Moon, Part 1. I cannot get enough about this. This band for me is a vinyl, CD, and tape. I get them all. It is. I loathe to call them like new wave of.
Did you say Shadow of a Fallen Moon?
Traditional heavy metal. What? Did I say moon? Star. That's the alternative version. But
he's got that on tape and vinyl and CD as well.
These guys for me are they're not just trying to sound like any other band that's worked in the 80s. They're progressing with each release. Each release sounds slightly different. They're not stuck in that rut as I've got to sound like Iron Maiden. I've got to sound like this. Yes, there's early Maiden influences in there from like a sort of a Killer's style with the tone guitars. But Kyle McNeil is like pretty much the main songwriter in here, and he's got a number of different projects going on. He's a producer as well. I just think these guys are so super talented, and this is their third full-length album, and they've had another couple of lockdown albums, as a lot of bands did as well, just to try and keep the money ticking over during COVID. But seen them live a couple of times, and we went down to Manchester and met up with you, Mark, Scott as well, and they're just amazing. We were in the shittiest venue on earth, and they made it sound good.
Yeah.
So yeah, and they've only got 3 albums out, but they are going to be releasing more albums, and I am super excited about whatever they put out.
There's some
really
good,
nice passion.
There's some good bands from the UK playing that style at the moment, but I'm a big fan of theirs. I really, really like them. The Colder Than the Cross, I thought it was a great album, and when we went to see them, I picked up that album you've just shown then, Moonstar, was it? I picked that up on cassette. I picked it up on cassette, and I was quite taken aback by it, because it was different to the previous album, but it was for me it was better. There's definitely a bit of progressiveness to their style, but I think you're right. Like you say, they're not trying to be a copycat. They're not really following. The bass is in a style, but they're not following that style. They're quite happy to just go off and in their own little tangent. And I really like the main man. I don't know what his name is, but I like him a lot.
Kyle McNeil.
That's right. He's great voice. He's got a great voice. Not an amazing voice, but it does suit the music really well.
Yeah, he's got a great stage presence as well. When he's up there, he looks cool.
Yeah, he does. He did. Without putting on a show, they kind of put on a show, if you know what I mean.
Well, Heavy Sentence were on before, weren't they? And they were good. But then when Seven Sisters come on, you can feel a difference in level for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
I
somebody
mean,
raised the stage.
Yeah,
it's
it's
weird.
it up on
Kyle McNeil's got that kind of vocal that it's almost like I think he sounds like almost like an 80s pop singer, but in a metal band.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because there's no gruffness about him. There's no raspiness. There's nothing. It's all very clean and very smooth. And do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think that's actually what makes them quite unique.
Yeah.
But
I've absolutely no idea about it.
I started off with Cauldron and the Cross, and obviously picked up Shadow of a Fallen Star when it came out, and I was just like, oh, this is it. This is some good shit.
Yeah, good. I've not heard the debut. It's quite hard to find, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's not really had. It had a few represses. It was released on High Roller to start with.
Yeah, it was.
Well.
I was going to get it on High Roller, and it sold out. Or
yeah, and I ended up getting the second or something pressing with it because it just they flew off the shelves. But that's why they're my number 10, because they are a new band, and I am kind of conscious of the fact that there's a lot of bands here that I've got much more of a longevity with and deeper rooted, but they're just a band that excites me so much when I see them playing live. See they got a release coming out, all over it.
Yeah, brilliant.
I have no idea about them, but I'm absolutely not surprised to see you show them, because I know how much they mean to you. But they're just not a band that I've ever. I will have sampled them at some point, but
they will not be
100. The very mention of new wave of traditional heavy metal, it's like the fucking saloon doors are going, I'm gone. Fuck. It's just fucking absolutely not me at all. But I know Andy loves them, so I'm not surprised to see them on this list. I'm maybe even surprised to see them as low down as they are, if anything.
Well, it's literally because they're a newer band, and they're much more established bands on here. And part of I can't really figure out which band is better in the list. Maybe when I've got more physical items of, went slightly higher.
Yeah.
But these are all in my top 10 at the moment, and I'm happy for them to be there.
All right. So number 9, is it? Number 9 for me was one I wrestled with as well, but I decided I've put Rage at number 9 because I only ever knew Execution Guaranteed, Perfect Man, and Secrets as a kid. I didn't go before or after. I just stuck with them and was happy with that. And when I got the box set, that took me up to a certain point. And then I've heard a couple of albums beyond that point in order. So now I'm up to 9 Rage albums. They've got 20 fucking 9 or something, or 28. But the ones that I remember as a kid, they are not the best at all. For me, it's the same as like I am with Running Wild. The 80s Running Wild stuff isn't the best. It's the 90s, and it's turning into the decade for Rage for me as well. The 90s for me is stronger than the 80s. Maybe with the exception of Secrets. But I thought, well, can I have these on this list? I've heard a third of their albums. That's all I've heard, a third. And I thought, well, judging by what I think of these 9 albums, I find it hard to believe I won't get something else out of the remaining 18. So that's a lot of music then. That's got to qualify them for getting in my top bands list, because I just think that, fair play to Peavy for carrying on all this time with, let's be honest, with kind of limited success. That's they're not a creator or and they're not even a Destruction or a Sodom, really, are they? They're even I would say they're even a little bit, even if it's not much, they're more on a tankard level. And to be plugging away that long without the big paycheck and stuff like that is, you know, I take my hat off to a guy that still wants to fucking bother his ass doing that. He could probably make more money doing something different. But
he obviously loves doing it, doesn't he?
He loves it. And I mean, the vocals and the sort of broad styles that he's introducing as the album's going on, I just think, fucking hell, I might be in store for some real awesome stuff for the next 18 albums. Some of them are orchestral. I probably won't even touch them. I think there's 2 or 3 orchestral albums, so I might be down to 14 or 15 or whatever. But I just can't see the remainder of the catalogue pissing me off to the extent that they wouldn't be on this list.
Well, sorry, Andy.
I was going to say, how long do you think it will take you to, or what's your plan to consume those remaining 18? That sounds ridiculous to say. 18 albums still to go. Is it something that you're like piling into and you just, or are you going to pace yourself and
I'm going to go at them one a month. And real, I mean, I've played the arse out of that, and it's the newest one that I own. But I know that really well, even though it's just short of 78 minutes long and 16 songs. I know that really well. And now I haven't, although I don't own it yet, I now know the follow-up pretty good as well. And I'm just going to do them a month at a time because somehow I managed to condense the Running Wild catalogue into a smaller amount. But I just think these lot are more varied than Running Wild. I think I was able to do that with them because they've got their formula and that's what they do. But there's more variety with Rage. So I'm just going to go at them an album a month and see how I get on.
They're a brilliant band, as far as I'm concerned. And it's great to see you put them in there. And I did think you might squeeze them in there somewhere, Mike. But I bought Execution Guaranteed when it first came out, completely blind buy just because of the album art. And I thought, that looks good. Took it home, played it, and I liked it. But a lot of my friends, a lot of the other lads in Enchantment and what have you, weren't big on it because it wasn't quite thrash metal. It was a little bit softer than thrash, you know. But I don't know whether there was something about the fact that my mates didn't like it, and I thought, fuck them, I'm getting into this. But yeah. I really sort of just kind of took him under my wing. I just felt like I really liked his voice. I liked the style they were playing. Then Perfect Man came out, and that just did it for me as well. And it was a total new lineup. And I thought, it's a brand new band, but they've still got what it takes. And then Secrets came out, and it's even more melodic. And I'm telling you, Mike, right, there's not one bad album in their discography. There's better albums than others, and there's better songs than others. And even the orchestral one with that Lingua Mortis band, I'm not a symphonic metal fan in the slightest, but I can deal with that because Peavy sounds great on it. And the guitarist, what's the guitarist called? Victor Schmolsky, is it something like that?
Yeah.
He's a bit of a virtuoso as well. So,
how many of their albums do you have then, Mark?
Sorry?
How many of their albums do you have?
I'm probably only missing maybe 4 or 5. I've followed them all the way, you know, ever since Execution Guaranteed. They're just great. Peavy's, you know, and Mike's right. You know, the guy's just been at it, and he probably could have done a lot of other things and done that, but he obviously has got a real passion for playing that type of music. And they've always been on decent labels. You know, they've had a few. They went on to Gull Records for a little while in the mid period. But every album that I've ever listened to by them has never let me down. It's like, yeah, Peavy still got it. His voice has never seemed to have dipped. You know, it's obviously changes over the years, and he always gets good musicians in. They're a great band and a really overlooked band as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Perfect Man was an album I had to have just for the cover. One of my favorite covers of all time.
Yeah.
But I like the album. And the only albums I have are 2, 3, and 4. And Mike, you sent me the Secrets, isn't it? And I like them all. I've not a bad word to say about them, but knowing there's another 20 albums to go actually kind of puts me off a little bit digging deeper, because there are so many bands out there I've got into recently. The thought of there being another 20 odd, for some reason, I'm kind of like, I'm happy liking what I like with them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get that.
But
I get that.
I may well pick up some stuff in future. I'm not going to. I'm more actually likely to go the Rage route than the Running Wild, as you mentioned. And I expect I would be very surprised if we don't hear about Running Wild in here at some point as well.
See, for me though, what you'll understand with me is I'm happy to dig into another 20 albums or whatever from Rage, because so far, so far so good, 9 albums in, and I don't have the connection with new music. Like I mean, I got all excited showing that fucking that, because how often do I go out and buy a new album and be excited? I just don't care. Something's got to be really fucking great for me to give a shit about, because I find it so much more difficult than just trying to listen to any old album from when I was really consuming music. Even if I've never heard it before, I can hear it once and it's just, yeah, love it. Whereas a new album, there's too many changes, whether it's the production, it's the whatever. There's just too much hard work for it to achieve, and most of them don't. So I'm not spreading myself out thin among an old Rage catalogue and Seven Sisters catalogue and fucking Heavy Sentence and whoever else. All you lot are, you know what I mean? They don't even.
What fucking kind of collector are you?
I am absolutely. I am not. That's one thing I don't think I even am. I'm not a collector. I'm a music lover, but I'm definitely not a collector.
All right.
Yeah, I reckon that Mike's music collection feels like Andy's toys off Toy Story when it's birthday time.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell, who's coming next? Who's going to push us out?
I think Mike's more of a trader.
Yeah.
Mike, how do you rate the first 2 Running Wild albums? They're probably the weakest albums for me. I don't rate them particularly highly, but they've got some awesome songs on them. But even the worst Running Wild album will be a 7 out of 10 for me. But yeah, I sent. I told Jürgen to send the first one to Andy, or the second album. He sent you, wasn't it, Andy?
Yeah,
because he was going to send it to me because it was an OG, and I went, no, I'll send it to Andy. I want him to listen to it, because I'm not a particularly big fan of that album, but I thought it might be, because it's not in the fucking pirate arena. You might like it more than you do.
What's a good place to start?
Oh, now then. To be honest, I think Secrets in a Weird World is a good place to start, because I think it gives you a nice insight into all of their styles. It's a little bit heavy, a little bit proggy, quite melodic. It's got a the lyrical theme. That's where I would start personally. I think the later on stuff is a bit more not generic power metal, but it's not as memorable, really. That's the album. Yeah, that's where I would start. What do you think, Mike? From what you've heard of them?
I would agree.
Yeah,
That's probably still my favorite album by them, to be honest.
it's brilliant.
Even, I've just got such a long and I've got a big attachment, a big history with that album and stuff like that. So
yeah, I have. Yeah.
You got commission, Mark.
Excellent. Alistair and the boys will be made up with that nice one, Jason.
We need to get affiliated links with Amazon, don't we? So we can recommend stuff and get paid for it.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
Well, talking of that coffin mulch, though, they released it this morning. 1,000 vinyl. They did a few different colours. Might be more than 1,000, maybe. There's about 5 variants. The black variant was 100 copies, and it sold out in an hour and a half. That's quite impressive for an underground
That's pretty good going.
band from Glasgow. Yeah, well impressed with that.
Right, who's next? Is it you? Yeah, she's got it.
All right.
We thought of one.
Give your phone a shake. Come on, give your fucking head a wobble as well.
No, I've got my list, but they're not in any order, so I'm just going to try and pick.
Mine's not really in order, to be honest, Scott. Except for me, probably my top 3. The rest of it's just it could, and I think Andy said that earlier. It could be anywhere, couldn't it?
Right. Okay. Right. Well, I'm going to
go
with. I'm going to go with Lizzie Borden.
Wow.
Okay.
So, and I didn't really expect Lizzie Borden to be in it, but you know, when I was looking through all my stuff, I thought,
wow,
yeah, they've got to be up there. Apart from really their last album, which was a few years ago now, that was a bit weaker, a bit softer, but they've got a really solid catalogue up until like the early 2000s. I can't really remember the years because I've done no research for this. So, but I remember doing one of the main things is I did with the album ranking. I think a couple of years ago, and I was, cause you know what it's like. You buy an album, you go, all right, okay, on to the next album. You buy that, and you go, oh, that's really good as well, and you just keep going and going and going, and you're not let down. A bit like Rage, but just like maybe 22 albums less than that. So I just just progressed through the discography, and I just thought, they're absolutely brilliant musically. Lizzie Borden himself has got like a really unique voice. He kind of takes on that shock rock kind of attitude as well, which I've always kind of like leaned into. And yeah, I was kind of looking through the list, and I thought, yeah, I've got to put them up there, because even you take songs off their first album, and some of them are absolute bangers, and you can take songs off, their early 2000s stuff, and they're still putting out amazing tracks. So, yeah, Lizzie Borden. And I remember Lizzie Borden being one of those bands that when I first started to properly collect, that they were one of the first ones I thought, I'm going to try and get, when you kind of get into, you kind of go through phases of picking up stuff by a certain band.
Yeah. And
you're like always on the lookout. So maybe over the next like 3 or 4 months, I'll try and pick up as many albums by that band as I can. I kind of went through that phase with Lizzie Borden. So yeah.
Yeah, so about a band that's like kind of played a part of your journey, isn't it?
Yeah. And they've got that kind of theatrical thing about them as well. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not just, that's what I just don't get, like people these days that, like Ed Sheeran can sell out stadium after stadium after stadium. And you're like, fucking, for what? This? Yeah. And you're like, when you look back at these bands, and there's still some amazing bands out there now, that don't get any airtime, any airplay, have about 4 fans, but they're trying to go out there and put on a proper show for
Yeah.
people. Do you know what I mean? And Lizzie Borden are one of those kind of bands from back then.
I honestly couldn't name a fucking single song apart from there's something to do with something about a council or council for summit or. Oh.
Are you gonna like any of our picks tonight, Mike?
No, I just don't know them. I used to have the live Murderous Metal Roadshow or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I used to have that live album, but it had scratches and stuff on it. But I remember something about there was 2 songs that I remember. One was and I liked them both. I liked both songs. One was Psychopath. I remember that one. Is that what they call it? That was a good one. And something about a council to the cauldron or something.
Oh, yeah, it rings a bell.
I don't know.
They're the only 2 songs that I know. But I like those 2 songs. But then I know it doesn't. Well, I don't know. I know you like them. I know you've shown all sorts of stuff. But so yeah, I suppose in a way, I'm not surprised that you've mentioned them tonight. But I don't know. I probably, if I was guessing, I don't think I would have probably guessed them.
Sorry, Andy.
No, you go this time because
I was just going to tell you a little story. Really, I'm not familiar at all, really, with the band.
Is it your Zedric story?
No, no, that'll feature later.
Right, cool.
It won't. No, I promise, boys, it won't. I remember years ago. I was only a teenager. And I bought an issue of Kerrang. And I used to get posters in them and stickers. And one of the stickers was Lizzie Borden. And it was Lizzie Borden pulling her face, and he was all painted like silver. And I knew nothing about him when I was a teenager. And I thought, fucking hell, she's rough as. not having any idea of what Lizzie Borden was all about. But and from that moment on, I never really paid it any attention because for me, it was an ugly bird painted silver. At that time, I have since educated myself, and a lot of people show Lizzie Borden on that. And I have heard the music. I've never really sat down and properly taken it in, I have to say, and I should do really, because the fact that they're in your top 10 makes me want to check them out a little bit more. To be honest, now, Scott.
Yeah, I got a couple of their albums which I've only picked up recently, and the reissues. It was Love You to Pieces and Menace to Society. But my intro to them was that Murderous Metal Roadshow, whatever, live album, and I think that's a fantastic. I like live albums, always like live albums, and that is an awesome live album. It just really kind of captures the energy, and it's one you can kind of listen to, and you can hear the crowd, and you can kind of hear the fuck ups and things going on in there, and it's not one of these overproduced live albums, or certainly not for me anyway. And that kind of got me into them a bit. So I remember your video on them. Mind you, it's quite easy to remember your videos. There's so few of them. I do remember it because it was actually quite. I did pick up, I think, those other 2 that I mentioned there as a result, because it kind of got me thinking of where to go with the studio stuff. So the earlier stuff, yeah, great. They're just like a fun US metal band, aren't they? They tick the boxes, so I'm on board with that. You're okay having those in your list. I'll let you.
Who's next?
Andy, I think, isn't it?
Mark.
No, Mark.
Oh, is it me? Yeah, you're right. Okay, so I'm gonna go for this band, and the vocalist is one of my favourite vocalists in death metal. Martin van Drunen. started off in Pestilence. I toyed with the idea of Pestilence, to be honest. But I think this band kind of play more of a style of music that I'm into and lean towards a lot more Asphyx from Holland. Death Doom, I suppose, more on the death metal side. Some of Enchantment songs have been likened to this band, which I do find quite strange because I think this band are a lot heavier and harder.
A lot better.
But they feature Martin Van Drunen, like I say, one of my favourite death metal vocalists. If you've never heard his style, he has got one of the most anguished and tortured vocal styles. He just sounds terrifying always, and he's never lost it. And for me, that just adds to the music. I know a lot of people. Vocals play a big part, don't they, in music? If you like the vocalist, you're on board. If you don't, it can change everything. But I picked Asphyx because he played on the first 2 albums, I think it was, and then he left for a while. But the stuff that they played, the albums they recorded, 3 or 4 albums in a sort of mid-period without Martin Van Drunen, they're still really solid death metal albums. And then he rejoined, and obviously that takes it up for a level. But to be honest, there was a few bands, Hail of Bullets, that feature Martin Van Drunen. I could have quite easily put them in this. And again, it's like I was saying, because I gravitate towards sort of styles and albums, it's hard for me to pick bands. So I've really gone for Asphyx because of the Martin Van Drunen connection. But they're old school Death Doom, heavy, filthy, dirty, and horrible. And this is their most recent release on Century Media. And not Nuclear Blast, so you know the production's going to be decent.
I remember I tried Pestilence. I can't remember what one it was, but I remember thinking, "Holy shit!" It was a lot. It was like a lot to take.
Was it the vocals as well, though?
Oh yeah, because they were so
they
were wild.
Yeah, the harsh.
But I think I've definitely listened to some Asphyx, but I can't remember. Have they had like maybe a couple of albums out in the last few years?
I think they've got maybe like 9 or 10 albums out. I'm not sure to write it down. Yeah, 10. They've got 10 albums. I don't think they're not prolific. No, they're not. This album's probably the only one in the last 4 or 5 years. Came out.
So what one's that called?
This is called Necrosaurus.
Necrosaurus. That's the one that a lot of people were talking about, isn't it? That must have been the one that I tried, and that was far easier to take than the Pestilence ones.
Yeah, Pestilence are a bit more technical, a little bit more progressive. I think Asphyx are a bit more straightforward.
Yeah,
in your face death metal.
I remember listening to that, thinking that is far more palatable than Pestilence.
Definitely a great album.
I've never heard them either. I mean, obviously, I've heard of them, but I don't like that anguished, tortured scream of Van Drunen, to be honest, when he was in Pestilence. So I just thought, well, there's no point because it's such a distinguished style sound that he has, approach. He's not going to be any different, and I already don't like that. So there's no point in me checking that. That's kind of what I thought. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, I didn't even know the word Death Doom, to be honest. I just thought it was, a bit like Pestilence, just not called that. I didn't actually realize they were Death Doom. But how the fuck does he do that then? If Death Doom, I mean, what's the slow singing sound like?
Yeah, even more tortured. Yeah, it's hideous.
Yeah, I will run a mile from that then, if I'm allowed to.
I will be very close behind. You won't be surprised, Mark. I don't know.
No,
I don't
not the slightest. No, no.
But obviously, as Mike says, I've heard of them because I've watched videos. But I have not heard any of them, and it's not. I'm unlikely to either. It's not what I'll be writing down on my list, just because of the words "tortuous," and which I know are very, very high on your favourite words. And
they're high in my highly used in my vocabulary.
It's something that I run very fast, and whether I can run faster than Mike from it will remain to be seen. But we'll both be in the race together.
Yeah,
that's all good.
Right,
what you got, Andy?
I'm still on. I'm wondering because I said that they weren't in a particular order, but they are. That I was going to show something a bit more familiar because I kind of feel that a few of my picks aren't necessarily going to be that well known. But you know what? It's my list, so fuck it. This is a band that you actually got me into, Mike, to be honest. Grand Magus. They do have good 8 or 9, maybe more albums out now. I can't remember how many that there are. And I do have them all, partly thanks to Jürgen, parting with some of his to fill my collection. But Swedish doom-laden, epic heavy metal. They started off very kind of stonerish. I might would have liked them had I heard the early albums, but I started off mid-catalogue. I think it was Sword Songs was the first one that I picked up as a result of your recommendation, Mike. And I heard them straight away and thought, yes, this is a band that I need to dig into further. And slowly picked up everything in the discography. Some of the things are quite hard to come by because I had them on vinyl, so I had to be a completist on that. But I was actually surprised by how different their really early albums are. They're good, but they're not the ones that I would play and gravitate towards. I much prefer their more straight up sort of epic sounding, slightly doom sounding guitars, and the vocalist has just got that sort of deep warmth and almost like not a lazy delivery, but he takes me along with him the way he sings, and I just think they're just such a great band. And I'm one of those ones I say that if I know they're going to have something coming out, I'm going to be getting it.
Yeah, I was the same with them. It's when I first started making videos. Yes, everyone I used to make videos. I remember Mike showing Sword Songs, and I was I could have been maybe 6 videos in. I think when you showed that and the way you described it, I thought, yeah, that sounds like something I would enjoy. And that was the first album I picked up on CD. It was Sword Songs, and I really enjoyed it. It's like, and I know what you mean about the vocals. He's got I don't know if I'd describe it as lazy, but it's like there's no effort. It just seems like there's no effort to singing.
Yeah.
Because there's no high pitched or any screaming or anything like that. It's just quite. I don't want to say mellow, but he seems quite comfortable all the way.
He's not in a hurry, is he? He's going to sing to you. Yeah,
he's just quite comfortable all the time. And
he's probably just done a bong backstage.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And then after that, I picked up, I think it was Triumph and Power. I picked up The Hunt, and is it No God? No, Wolf God, is it?
The latest one.
I think it's Wolf God.
Wolf God, yeah.
And I wasn't overly impressed with that one, but the first 3 that I picked up, I thought were amazing. So
does it grow on you, Andy, that album? That new album, does it grow on you? Because I've got to be honest, I tried that as well, and I wasn't feeling that new album. I was like, well, that's got nothing for me.
It's not growing on me. Like the first 3, like The Hunt, Sword Songs, and Triumph and Power, I thought they were. I mean, Triumph and Power.
That's the 3 I've got.
Yeah, so Triumph and Power especially was the one that I thought, oh yeah, that's a real standout.
Same for me.
I want the one with as the ore cracks the water or whatever it's called. That's the first song on it. That's the album I want to get next. But I can probably stop after that.
But yeah,
I did think that band. I thought that'd been Andy's list, to be honest. I know he talks highly of them. Have you ever heard of a band called Chemis, Andy?
I've heard the name.
Yeah, KHEMMIS. I reckon you might quite like them because they always remind me a little bit of Grand Magus. I think they're on Nuclear. They might be on Nuclear Blast, I think.
So shit production then, yeah?
Yeah, Andy Snape, yeah. Yeah, I like him. The good band. I think one of the first conversations I ever had with Mike, once I got to know Mike through doing YouTube, was I was talking about Grand Magus, and I had that Triumph and Power, and he said, "Oh, you need to get what's it called, Sword, whatever,
Sword Songs."
Yeah, you need to get that one. You need to get it, and I did, and I didn't regret it. Yeah,
Sword Songs. I like Triumph and Power as well. They're good albums. I say the first two are very much a different style, but it's a style that evolves. You can see where they got to, how they got to where they are now through that progression. But if you're not really sort of into the stoner rock side of things, stoner metal side of things, then those first couple aren't essential. I think it's Iron Will is the album you talk about, Mike.
Iron Will, that's it. Yeah, that's the one I want.
That's when they really started, I think, getting their sound
style.
Yeah, Wolf's Return was that there was a little bit of that in there, but Iron Will is the one that became. I mean, that's like the signature, the Grand Magus sound. So yeah, the Hunt, Triumph and Power, and Sword Songs are probably the sweet spot.
Yeah,
Johnny Mac was asking which one's to start with. Do you reckon? Where's the starting point, Andy?
It was Sword Songs for me. If I say that the Hunt, Triumph and Power, and Sword Songs, that's the sweet spot for me.
Spoiled for
I do like them all, and I've because they're a band I wanted to get to know better. I've invested the time in them. It's more than just the latest one, Wolf God. That was a slow burner for me. It's not their best by any means, but I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was to say one album, Triumph and Power, that's the one I would go to first.
That's my go-to, to be honest. That's the one that I resonate with. I like Sword Song, but I think that's just, again, it's my meeting point with the band, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. Number 8.
Right then.
Well, you might not have expected these in my list because I didn't expect them in my list, and I had to really, like I say, it's been a struggle, this list for me to come up with. And I've wanted to. I've changed my mind a lot. Judas Priest at number 8. I did not.
What?
Sorry, that's 20 minutes to actually calculate that.
I didn't expect to have them in my list. And when I was listening to these old albums, when I first got into buying the Priest stuff and listening to it, because they've got such a huge reputation. Mind, I will say this, I think the reputation's bigger in America than it is in the UK. By a mile.
They toured like fuck though over there, didn't they?
Aye, I mean, people in America talk about Priest as if they're on the same level as Iron Maiden, which I find fucking mind-blowing because, they're just not at all at that level in this country. But anyway, I was listening to these old albums when I first got into them and I found myself disappointed all the time when I was listening to them. I'm thinking, what the fuck is everyone banging on about these lot for? They're just nothing. And as time's gone on, I've listened to them, and it took me to realize. I was thinking, well, like, look at this. This is from 1978, and I was thinking to myself, have a fucking word with yourself. This is from 1978. If you'd have heard this shit I was blown away by fucking Adam and the Ants in 1980. If I'd have heard British Steel instead of Adam and the Ants, it would have blew my fucking mind. I'd have just been thinking, this is the best fucking band ever. I've come at them so late, embarrassingly late, and I was unfair to them when I started to listen to them. I was unfair to them for quite a few years.
Not like you, mate.
But I was still in the thing of maybe the next album will be better. Maybe I'll try this and then try that and stuff like that. And there's still some aspects of them that I find ludicrous, like the worst fucking song in history, Bloodstone. Bloodstone. All he does is say it 4 times. Fuck off. That's not a chorus. That is a fucking melody idea in your head before you finalize a chorus, but they just stayed at that. And things like that. But there's fucking bangers on every album. There's absolute fucking world-class songs on every album. Virtually, you know, that Nostradamus thing. I'm not into that. But I thought, I've got to sort of try and think how big a deal would they have been for me if I'd have heard these albums new. And they are, for 1978 and 76 and all whatever, 77 and that, they're heavy, that Exciter and stuff like that's like fucking proto speed metal. That would have blew me away back then. And that's why I've put them on the list. And they are a band now that I feel are putting out fantastic material. Like you said, Andy, would you be excited for a release or whatever? I was fucking all over Firepower, and the day I can buy whatever the new album is, I'll be excited to buy that as well. So I got there in the end with them.
Yeah, I had them on my list originally. In fact, when I said about pulling albums that were new, I had Firepower out. But I did have to bump them for some of the newer bands. I kind of wanted to talk about that were exciting as well, because there are periods of Judas Priest that I don't know well. Digging some of the 70s stuff, I don't know that well, other than Killing. Oh God, I got Hellbound for Leather in my head. Not the proper name.
Killing Machine.
Killing Machine. That's a proper name, isn't it? Not this censored Hellbent for Leather nonsense. But yeah, the Firepower is superb. They are they're a staple. They're a heavy metal staple.
That was my first Priest album I heard because of Dissident Aggressor, Slayer playing it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I just heard that, and then Judas Priest song, really? And that was the album I checked out. But I'm the same as you, Mike. I was so late to the Judas Priest party. But
what do we do now? Because
I wasn't expecting them to be in your list.
We have a crossover.
That's all right.
Right.
Well, you can still just talk about them if someone else wants to shut it down after, and talk about them a bit more for someone else.
Plus, I've only picked 9 as well, so we're all right.
Yeah, because they made my list because, again, it's one of those bands that I kind of went through phases of picking up their stuff, and I suppose it's I didn't have anybody to tell me what bands and what albums to check out, so I did a lot of researching, and obviously Judas Priest would come up a lot, and Screaming for Vengeance, Defenders of the Faith, and Painkiller. They were all kind of mentioned a lot, so I just kind of sunk my teeth into it. I mean, the first 2 records I think I bought when I started collecting again were Number of the Beast and Screaming for Vengeance. And the start of Screaming for Vengeance, Hellion and Electric Eye, is just such a metal start to an album.
Yeah. I like playing that in the car. I like playing that album in the car.
Yeah. And then ever since then, I've just kind of my appreciation's grown, and especially since Redeemer of Souls and Firepower came out, some of these bands are just putting out some of their best material. Do you know what I mean?
That Firepower's a fucking blinding album.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. It's insanely good for for a band that's been going since like 1974.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
they're putting out Firepower in 2016, whatever it was.
Yeah,
it
well,
was-
impressive, isn't it?
Oh, it's awesome,
Mm.
awesome. And like Mike said, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do, but apprehensive as well because they've got a lot to live up to now.
Yeah.
And for Rob Halford to still be doing what he's doing at his age as well, is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it now a good time for me to say I love Turbo, and I think that Priest Live is better than Unleashed in the East?
I'll say
I think Unleashed in the East is just a nothing album. I've
I
never
do.
understood the fucking like the plaudits or whatever that thing gets. I'm just thinking, what the fuck? It's just nothing. That.
no.
I listened to that not long ago. You know, my Discogs app picked it out for me. I listened to it and I thought it isn't. I don't. I'm the same as you. It's just a nothing.
Priest
Have you
Live
heard
is
It's
better.
not a shit album, right? It's just not. It would never register enough for me to pass that info on and go, "Oh, you must check that out." I just wouldn't.
No.
Have you heard Priest Live though?
Yes.
Yeah, I've
Priest
got
Live's
that.
great.
Yeah.
That's got. I love just the atmosphere with it. You
Yeah.
can kind of feel.
I've got that on DVD as well. Which
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, when it comes to live albums, I'm not overly. I've got that Priest Live on CD as well because it makes up that fucking pattern on the things, you know. But all my live albums are kind of, if I can, like with the Halloween United Alive or whatever, I was fucking hell Blu-ray then for me rather than the CD or whatever. I want to be able to watch a live album as well. I'll get the enjoyment that way. See,
Jesus.
KK Dowling at the petrol station. He bought petrol, 2 lettuces, and a cucumber.
the cucumber was for Rob.
I was going to say he was off to Rob's house. I'm not a massive fan of Turbo, you know.
Oh, Turbo, it's just
I'll-
fun.
Point of Entry is it? The other one as well.
that's lame.
Yeah.
That's kind of lackluster, but it's got turning circles and
yeah. But
head out on the highway and that.
not saying I don't like. I think, Screaming for Vengeance.
I don't think they've
that's
got
go.
many albums that are like mind blowing, but they also haven't got albums that are absolutely bollocks. I will admit, though, even though they've got to my number 8 or whatever on my list, I've never even heard that Rock and Roller album. I don't need to because I watched that many people saying, "Yeah, it's fucking not Priest, really." So fuck it off.
No.
I don't even care to bother with it.
Nah, it's not. It's not.
No.
It's not even hard rock.
No,
No.
it's like 70s. Just
Yeah,
proper fucking-
Well, I seen him in that fucking. I seen that video clip of them on.
The old Grey Whistle test.
Yeah,
Whistle
yeah.
Test, and I realised that
They're like
that was the
hippies.
sort of shit.
And any Rob Halford with long hair is not right. Judas Priest with long hair, Rob Halford long hair, it's not right.
Yeah.
Well, I first seen Priest. I don't mean seeing them live. I mean I seen videos, and they would come on my radar as even existing as a thing during the Turbo, the Priest live era. Him getting on with the fucking blonde hair down to about there, slick back.
Yeah,
So that's what I thought. You know,
that's my first sort of sighting of Rob Halford like that.
yeah,
Not with long hair.
Robert.
yeah, that's him.
Is it
Out,
me next?
Out in the Cold. That's a great tune off that album.
Mm-hmm.
That's my tour program from
Oh, aye.
All right.
88.
All right. So you've seen them back
Yeah,
then
that
as
was
well.
the one and only time I've seen them. Newport, 1988, Rabbit Down. Awesome.
Well,
That was a good album as well. That was the first full length Priest album I ever heard. So it's got a special place in my heart.
Painkiller was the first Priest album.
Your
I heard.
Electric Heart.
My electric.
The first one I proper heard, and that's a blinder, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Have you guys heard that? The Stock Aitken and Waterman song they did. that they actually Priest blocked it because they just said,
"Oh yeah," because they recorded it but never released it.
Yeah,
Really?
it's online. It's very Stock Aitken and Waterman.
What the
That's
fuck?
ridiculous.
Is this a
I
real
didn't even
thing?
know that.
That's a real thing. Yeah, they did it, and then when like Rob Halford, KK, and Glenn, they heard it, they were just like going, "We are not releasing that." That's just like we're gonna lose all our fans.
That came up a couple of months ago, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Some anniversary of it, something recently, or some interview with Rob Halford when he was talking about it, going, "No, it would have killed us." Or it may well have made them a shitload of money, but it would have killed them.
That's unreal. Is it basically like a Stock Aitken and Waterman kind of sound?
It's just very electronic.
Wow, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not for Kylie, but it's
yeah. It's not quite Rick Astley, but Rob Astley, Rick Alford. Okay, I'll go next, shall I? Is it me now? Because you had the same pick, did you, Scott?
Oh yeah, you just go then.
Was you going Priest there as well?
No, mine's further down, but I've talked about them now, so that's fine.
No, if your pick, I'm not jumping in. If you've got a pick to show, go for it.
Oh, who, me? wait till I check my list. I don't know if I've got anything here. All right, okay. I'm going to go for Crimson Glory.
Oh, wow.
It's just a band that I kind of gelled with straight away. With the especially the debut and Transcendence are both just awesome albums. Even the third album, and I can't remember what it's called now.
Is this you lot picking more bands with fuck all albums?
I thought you were away.
I'm fucking back now, eh?
I'm fucking back now, eh? A great accent, by the way.
Yeah, their third album was a lot different to the first two, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the third album was much
lighter. Is it called Strange? Something I want to say.
Oh, fuck off. What's it called?
Fucking hell, that's going to do my head in that.
That's going to do man, because it's got it's like a red and pink.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Anyway, especially the first two. I mean, I love the first three. Are great, and Midnight is a awesome singer.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not too sure about their masks and stuff. They're kind of like Phantom of the Opera masks, but those first two albums are, like progressive US power metal, and I'm all about that US power metal. It's like along the lines of kind of like Liege Lord and those kind of bands. But I think it's he's got that kind of Rob Halford style about him that he tells a story. It's not just him singing; it's him. Did I say Rob Halford? I meant Bruce Dickinson. It's not just him singing a song; it's him projecting a story. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. There's something unique about Crimson Glory, and I always find myself going back to them all the time. Because our songs are so catchy. There's great melodies in there. Yeah. So I'm going for Crimson Glory.
They were a weird band for me because they were on Roadrunner. The first couple of albums were on Roadrunner Records, and I was all over the bands that were on Roadrunner. So when I first saw them, and they were all, backcombed hair and silver masks, I was like, "Oh, what's going on here?" Roadrunner have signed some dodgy bands, but I was like, "Fucking hell," and I just dismissed them. Again, that's saying that fickle sort of teenager that I was. If they didn't look cool or look like my thing, I just dismissed them. Stupid, I know, but I have since revisited them, and I agree that Midnight's voice he's got one hell of a voice, and those first two albums. I mean, I've got all three of their albums, or the first three, even the third one that was a bit more progressive and quite sort of when metal was changing, it was changing to fit in with the landscape, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the first two albums just brilliant. Really, really like them, I have to say.
Yep, love them.
I don't know them again. I just don't know them. I haven't put the time in with them. I opened an issue of Metal Hammered and they were there looking like twats one day, and it put me off like it probably put Mark off. And then you lot were talking about them years later, and I think you even sent me the first album, Scott.
Yeah.
And I listened to it. I just thought, yeah, but it's not enough to distract me from other things that I want to listen to. It's not pulling me. But you know, like you've said, that I don't know League Lord. I know of them, but all those American power metal bands. Name some more.
Hex.
Yeah.
Omen,
yeah.
Liege Lord.
See, that Hex Under the Spell is probably the only one I've spent any serious time with. It's that whole style of albums has been so difficult to even buy in this country. I've just not got the exposure. I just haven't put the time in, and they've just not been around me because they're all kind of expensive underground. I know they've probably all been reissued nowadays, but
yeah, they have, yeah.
I'm not, even though they've been reissued, I wouldn't buy something like that because I just got no connection to it.
Mm-hmm. It was Strange and Beautiful, Mark.
Yes, get in there. Well done.
It wasn't quite as power metal.
No. Still a good album, though. I think it was one of those that got slated, maybe because the first two albums were so strong. The third one came along, but I still enjoy that. But it's more of an album I'd play in the background while I'm doing something,
Mm-hmm.
Right, come on then, let's push along.
Okay, so I'm going to show this album. This is a band from California, the Bay Area. There's a lot of thrash bands from the Bay Area that I could have picked, if I'm honest with you. But this band is just one that I go back to all the time. It's the first band I think about. I was lucky enough to go and see them live when they toured the first album, supporting Sacred Reich. Met the guys. They were just, and I was at an impressionable age, so I was like, fucking hell, these guys are brilliant. And I'm going to show this album. I normally show the debut, but Forbidden. This is their second album, Twisted into Form. For me, when you talk about that sort of the Bay Area bands, you talk about the big four and then the other big four, and these never get mentioned in that. And for me personally, I would include. I think they're just a fabulous band. Paul Bostoff, originally drumming for them, has gone on to, as we all know, had a wonderful career with Slayer, and played in Testament. This band originally were called Forbidden Evil and featured Rob Flynn, who went on to form Violence. And so they're from good pedigree. But the vocalist, Russ Anderson, is what... I mean, the riffs are great on this. The lead guitar work is, musicianship-wise, it's faultless. It really is. But Russ Anderson's voice is the most overlooked and underrated vocalist in the Bay Area thrashing, as far as I'm concerned. He shits all over Zetro, and I like Exodus. Don't get me wrong. I'm not slagging anyone off, but they're just one of those bands that the debut album, Forbidden Evil, is, as you well know, you know me, and I just love that. Absolutely love that album. I love its rawness and its youthfulness and aggression. I wanted to show this because I don't give this album enough love, because I do talk about Forbidden Evil so much. And Simon's right; it is another level up, songwriting wise. Tim Calvert in on guitar does a great job on it. They're just a really overlooked, superb band. And I know later on in their discography, the first 2 albums are the ones that people talk about. But I even like their later stuff. It's nothing like, if you listen to Green, the album Green by these, it's nothing like this. The only way you know it's Forbidden really is because of Russ Anderson's voice. On a musical level, it doesn't sound anything like it. I'm a fan of it because I'm a fan of the band. And I suppose sometimes when you're a fan of the band, you forgive them. If you was going to get into Forbidden at a starting point, it's the first 2 albums. If you listen to Green or Distortion first, you'd never get to these albums, And I think that's maybe one of the reasons why people don't think about them as much as other bands, because they've only got, I suppose, 2 what you would call essential albums compared to a lot of the Bay Area bands have got a dozen or so. But they're just a band I love, and if I think about the Bay Area, this is one of my first sort of go-to bands.
Again, with seeing them live as a kid and meeting them and that's where they've managed to get pull at your heartstrings, really.
Yeah, Russ Anderson was like he was like a fucking giant. He was like a monster of a man. And he was, but he was so nice. He had so much time for all the people that were talking to him. And you're right, mate.
It's gone a long way for you, which is it would have for anybody at that age as well. It definitely would. So I agree. He's got a great voice. I always thought it was. Before I really knew about Judas Priest, I used to listen to Forbidden and go, "Oh, it sounds like Lado off Judas Priest." Even though I wasn't that familiar with Priest, that's what I imagined he would sound like.
I think Forbidden as a band are big fans of Priest. I mean, even their live EP from Iron a Priest cover on that, isn't there?
Do your impression of Ross Anderson's vocal melodies, Mike?
I don't know what to do. Oh, yes, I do. I mean, that's fucking abysmal. It's abysmal. There's some fucking acrobatics to try and shoehorn some lyrics in on that first Forbidden album. I used to love it, and you listen back and you're like, oh, fucking hell, that has not aged well. Twisted into Form is a lot better for me. There's some okay songs on Distortion. I'd never even bothered Green, and I didn't bother Amiga Wave, to be quite honest. And I just... They're okay. They're one of those bands that if I was talking about the Bay Area scene, it would be also you could check out these once you've exhausted them type of level, to be honest. There would be that sort of thing. But so would Violence, even though Eternal Nightmare is like a fucking masterclass in thrash. They fucking dropped off a cliff for me after that. Like, absolutely off a fucking cliff. So I wouldn't say as a band with their whatever their catalogue is, that they would be in the conversation much either, to be honest. But like I say, they got at you at the right time, or you got at them at the right time, and it's totally understandable why you're where you're at with them.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andy.
Right, I was going to say, I was really late to the party with Forbidden, and it was only through like you guys sort of talking about them that I jumped on. And those first 2 albums, brilliant. And then I went out and bought Green, and I cannot get through it.
It's not the same band, is it? Really?
Cannot get through it. And I've actually one reason I've not done a vinyl update for ages was that's one that's going to be in it, and I keep wanting to give it another go. But
I haven't got that, so don't give it a go. Just give it me.
I've still got that picture disc for you.
You have, yeah. We'll talk about that. Yeah, you have. Quite
We'll talk about that. Fucking waiting for that. Yeah, those first two are awesome. I got Twisted Into Form first, and then obviously really enjoyed it. But then I went back to the debut, and I don't know, there's something about, and some like an energy or something about the debut I just love.
Yeah, that's what it is for me.
Yeah, it's the one I would go to. I think it just sounds overall just like, all right, it might not be musically better, but I think it's just got a really good energy about it.
Yeah,
I just find that I'm more like attracted to.
That's exactly what it is for me. Plus, as well, you've got a beautiful OG copy, haven't you?
Yeah, I do. Yes, very tiny,
which always excites you a little bit more.
Oh yes. You always bring up like,
yes.
If Scott's ever getting rid of his collection, I hope I'm first in line for the Forbidden Evil. I know. I still need a OG of Twisted Into Form.
Yeah, they're not easy to find, are they?
No. Oh. Right.
Who's next, Andy?
Yeah, I'll go with another newish band, or do I mix it up? Because I'm just talking about bands that not many people know. But I'm going to stick with it. You have to stick around to hear the stuff that you're familiar with. But I'm going back to Sweden.
Oh,
another band
ABBA.
I'm big on. It's not ABBA.
Europe.
Alarm.
Oh yeah.
Another band that is. You can go get yourself a drink, Mike. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They are.
Might put the slow cooker on and watch it.
But these guys started before new wave of traditional heavy metal took off. These guys have been going for 20 years. They're not a new band. They're not one of these bands that have come up in their last. I mean, even new wave of traditional heavy metal. That phrase came in about 10 years ago and has lasted far longer than new wave of British heavy metal did as a label. But these guys have been going for 20 plus years, and every album is absolutely stellar. Again, it's a band I wasn't in there at the start. I picked up the catalog about halfway through. This is the last album that they did. They've got the leather. They've got the metal look. I've seen them live, and like we've talked about something about you connect with a band or what have you, and they played in a small Glasgow venue. It was like a Monday or Tuesday night. There was nobody there. They looked really pissed off the fact that there was nobody there, but they still came out after, did photos and signings and everything. But absolutely fantastic live. 6 or 7 albums. Death is probably my favorite album by them, but a lot of people would say the entry point would be like something like Subversum or Lightbringer is another.
That's the one I've got. I think
popular one. But it's metal, and it's like claw metal. It's, you have to do that when you're listening to it. But I think they're fantastic. The last album, Thrown Within, was brilliant. The one before was a little bit of a concept album. I can't remember what it was called now. It was Rod. It's kind of good, but Thrown Within was much better.
Ramrod.
Yeah.
Ramrod. Yes.
What a great band. But, I think
I love them.
My entry was The Thrown Within. And that's the latest album. And do you know what? I picked it up because obviously I've heard you talk about it, Andy, and maybe a couple other people. And I saw on eBay, not eBay, Amazon for about 13 quid. And I thought, you know what? I'll pick it up. see what it's like. If I don't like it, it's 13 quid. Picked it up and I put it on and I just thought, oh my God. I was like, it was a great album. So that just kind of threw me into the rest of them. Picked up Subversum. That's an amazing album. And then got Death as well. Death, it took me a few spins, but I really, really got into that. I think it was at the start of Death that I was a bit kind of, oh God, it's a bit kind of lackluster, but
Under the Scythe is such
oh
a
yeah, that's like a speed metal beast.
Yeah.
What a great name for a song as well.
Under the Scythe. Yeah.
But I think
I like claw metal. That's a thing, Andy. Claw metal.
You know when somebody sings a chorus and you sing along in your head and you sing it out loud, but you cannot help but it helps you get. Even though I am tone deaf, I cannot sing the notes, but when I'm doing this, I am pitch perfect.
I'm loving it. Claw metal. That's an actual thing. I love it. I reckon you've cost a lot of people a lot of money with your Ram shenanigans, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'd never heard of them until you pointed them out, and then I went and bought a couple of the albums, and they didn't disappoint. Like someone said.
I heard about them from VC way back when I started as well. So it's not. I credit this whole like community. We learn so much from each other about different bands and stuff. So it's awesome.
Mike would love them.
Yeah. Mike's staying out of it.
I am staying out of it. I haven't heard it. I couldn't tell you a fucking a song, a word of anything. No idea. And I don't really know why. I think I must have checked them out at some point, and I think I might have got a King Diamond vibe to an extent. I don't know now.
I'm kind of glad you haven't, because it means I'm now listening to your opinion of them.
Yeah. No, that's fine. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
I've no idea.
Good band, though. If you're not Mike, they're a good band.
To you, Mr. Metal McGee.
Right. Next.
Right then.
Here we go. What's he going to throw up?
Oh, what's he going to fish out now?
Another band I did not expect to see on this list tonight.
Really?
Right.
If Mike doesn't expect him on his list, what chance have we
I
got?
know, fucking, we're like,
Metallica.
Yeah, wow.
I was obviously the first 4 albums were golden back in the day, and the 5th album come out, and I wasn't feeling it. And I don't hate it, but it wasn't what I was wanting. And I started to move away from them really then. And when I was trying to think, would I put these on? Initially, I didn't even think, should I put these on? I thought, these definitely won't be going on because I fucking hate them now. This is how I was sort of thinking about it in my head. And I decided to put this Lord album on because I thought, well, let's try and think back to when this come out. And when that fucking Hero of the Day song came out, and it was like, Mama, they try and break me. And I was like, you fucking loved that, so don't say you didn't. This is what the sort of conversation I'm having with myself. And I thought, yeah, fair enough. I did fucking, I did like that song. And then Bleeding Me, that was another one that really stood out. And I thought, I'm going to put this fucking album back on. I put it on last night. And I was like, I haven't listened to this for so fucking long. And I really enjoyed it. Now, yeah, they look like twats on the back. And I hated it when they cut the fucking hair off and that. Even though it shouldn't have cared. It shouldn't have mattered to me at 23 or whatever when they done that. But it pissed me off. But I listened to this last night and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I thought, well, just think back to how big they were for you, when Puppets came out and the fucking Justice album and stuff. You couldn't get enough of it. And I thought, and even when Death Magnetic, I had to think back to when Death Magnetic come out, and I thought, yeah, that was due, even though it was like probably the only CD I bought that year. I did buy that, and I played it to fucking death. And I'd done the same with Hardwired. And I thought, okay, yeah, I end up getting fucking pissed off with them and I don't want to hear them anymore. But it's because I fucking batter them to death. And then last night, I put the fucking new album on, like streaming on thing. And I was reading the lyrics along with it. And I thought, is this about his relationship with his abusive father and stuff? Is this a sort of biographical thing going on and that? And I listened to that new album. Now, granted, I didn't listen to it all the way through, but I thought, that's actually nowhere near as bad as I was expecting that to be. And I just thought, you know what? Let's tell the fucking truth. You loved them as a kid. You absolutely fucking eat them up. And they've had some absolute shite out in the meantime, but not everything is fucking abysmal. So I just thought, yeah, they're going on the list, and I'm there's a good chance I'm going to go in HMV tomorrow and buy that fucking yellow thing, because I didn't fucking expect to enjoy it as much as I did yesterday.
I've not even heard it yet. I've heard the singles off it. I've not heard the.
I fucking hated everything. Hated everything off it. That's the worst thing I can do. When a band drops a video and I sit and watch that single, I should run a fucking mile from that, because it ruins. I shift my opinion in no time, when really I'm not a single person. I'm an album person. So I think I should back the fuck off until the album comes out and listen to it how I listen to it.
I didn't even think that. I didn't even think the singles were that bad. It's just, I don't know. You've always got, for certain bands, you've always got an expectation of how you want an album to come out and sound. And when it doesn't, you just go, that's what pisses you off. Because, well, like you say, it's because they were so good.
Yeah.
And you want them to do that again.
Yeah.
So
there's people in the chat who were saying, they've not done anything good since the Black Album. They've not done anything good since Justice and blah, blah, blah. Listen, before 7 o'clock last night, I was there with you. That's what that's what I've said. I had to really think, and I had to put an album on. I haven't listened to that for fucking years. I was right there saying exactly that. So I'm as surprised as anyone that this is on my list. You've kind of got to just fucking, say to yourself, right, well, maybe if I listen to it again, it's too easy to say the classics are classics and I don't need to hear them again. You can still get enjoyment out of something if you haven't listened to it for a while, I think.
I didn't mind Death Magnetic. It wasn't a terrible album compared to the three before it.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the Black Album. I think Death Magnetic's got some really good songs on it. I think it's better than Hardwired.
I've never even heard Lulu, to be honest. That isn't a Metallica album to me.
No. But I heard the singles, but it wasn't enough to excite me to go and go, oh, I think Metallica are back. Do you know what I mean? It's just
absolutely.
I'm really...
especially when their album was like 47 quid.
Yeah, fuck that.
I was like, you can fuck that right off.
Yeah.
I'm really made up to see them in someone's list, to be honest, because I was listening to this earlier today. I had this out because I was thinking about them. I was thinking, this is a band that played such a massive part of my youth, Master of Puppets and this album, you know, the two of the greatest thrash metal albums ever written, and they will go down in history as two of the best thrash metal albums ever written. And it's good to see them on the list, but because their first 4/5 albums were so good, I feel that everyone gives Metallica that chance and thinks, well, I fucking loved them loads when I was younger, and they took me on a journey and helped me. So I'm not gonna fuck them off because it's Metallica, isn't it? But really, that Load and Reload, oh my god,
Reload's fucking dross.
just Death Magnetic, Hardwired. They're listenable, but they're just, there's nothing, there's no redeeming features about them compared to albums like that.
No, I agree with you.
And I think it's good. It's good that we give Metallica a chance nowadays because of what they did in the past. But on a musical level, I understand what everyone's saying in the chat is about, you know, there's nothing good since a Black Album. I can't argue with that because I don't like really.
I think there's nothing great.
Yeah, you're right.
Black
You're right.
Album.
But I'm glad they're on the list because I'm so glad they're on the list, Mike, and you put them in because they deserve it for those first 5 albums.
I had them on my initial top 10 bands. I had Metallica, but I would have caveated it with 80s Metallica. The Black Album is one that I've never really clicked with, but that was just where I was at that time. So yeah, I had them in my list, and it was only because I started going down the route of, well, what bands that are out now that are exciting me, bump them off, and those first 4 albums for me are just magic.
Yeah,
it is great to see them in this list, and they would have been in my list had I not kind of changed my thought process of picking bands for this, fairly late on. So yeah, I think they're great to be in there. Death Magnetic, I like songs off Hardwired. I think some are good. I think they're kind of putting out everything they've written. They need a filter. I don't think they've got a filter now.
Yeah,
with somebody saying these 6 songs are great. That'll make an album.
I think the thing is as well that when we're talking about our top bands and the music that we love, but how that can change, think of that as a band as well. Like, if you're 18 years old and you're writing Kill 'Em All, fast forward to when you're 60, you're not going to be writing Ride the Lightning. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
All the experience and all the situations you've had through your life, and that will also change the way they want to write songs. And you know, they're not angsty.
They're not
angsty teenagers anymore. Do you know what I mean?
That's right.
They're completely different views, different tastes,
and I think that's what I was trying to say before, Scott. About, you know, you can't. They play such a big part, and everyone's expecting them. I want another Ride the Lightning. I want another Masters. They're never going to do that.
No.
But we'll always
have that kind of small expectation.
Yeah. And then when it doesn't happen, we're all pissed off. And
then they'll go, oh, fuck off, Metallica, shit.
And we shouldn't be, because they are a completely different band like you.
Different band. They're like 40 years older.
They are Kill 'Em All's granddads now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Do you know what?
What's that noise?
What kind of annoyed me most, and this is kind of a bit of about the community we're in here, is the number of people that have. I mean, you summed up with your 72 seasons ago video, Mark, when you did something that was rated to Metallica but was a Metallica album. There were so many people that went out and bought it, held it up, and went, "It's not like the 80s." It's like, well, they haven't done an 80s album since the 80s.
Yeah.
Why did people expect it to be something different?
Yeah.
And that's what annoys me. And people do that with Iron Maiden. They do it with other bands as well. They buy it. They spend, especially the cost of these albums these days, with bands like Maiden, they pay like 30, 40 quid on an album. Show it and go, Oh, it's not. I was hoping it would be an album from 40 years ago.
And Scott said it perfectly. You know, the 60, 70-year-old men.
Yeah.
You know,
Don't worry, Dave. That was only my number 7. Dave's fell asleep and he's woke up and he's just woke up to Metallica. I think he's fucking wished he'd stopped to sleep. That's only my number 7, Dave. So don't panic. I can take me, Doreen. Right, who's next?
Who's next?
Shit, it's me.
Scott.
Oh Christ, here we go.
I'm all over the place now. Hold on.
Uh-oh, give that phone a shake.
It's funny.
Oh,
I've
this
actually
is
got
one-
as a thing. I've got Metallica till 90.
Have you?
Yeah, but I'm not going to include them now because I shit.
Yeah.
Hate them now. I am going to go with Metal Church.
Oh.
I am. This was one of the ones that I was quite confident was going to make my my list because it's also one of my bucket list bands. I'd love to see Metal Church live. I would have loved to have seen them with Mike Howe, but it'd just be weird if they did that now.
Be holographic.
Yeah, it'd just be like morbid. But
Has he been on the edibles?
this is just me like honestly on the verge of sleeping.
What about with Mike Howe and David Wayne together on stage at the same time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just having a sing off.
2 urns together.
Yeah, just aye. So
I think all 3 of them are dead now, aren't they? He's not the drummer not died as well.
I thought you meant the new vocalist. I thought, fucking hell, when did that happen?
yeah, that must be like yesterday. Yeah. So Metal Church, and basically I was totally drawn in by Metal Church because of really their vocalists, and they've got. I've said this before about Metal Church. They've got this really unique way of crafting songs. You know, if you're listening to a riff, you can almost preempt where the riff is going, whether it's going to go up or down and then go down and then up, and you know the kind of the pattern that the riff's going to come out in. With Metal Church, they don't do that. They do something completely different. They stick in a different melody than you think it's going to be, and that's what I think Metal Church kind of keeps me on my toes when I'm listening to them. Not to mention, like, they've had some amazing vocalists over the years, and I think they've just been really consistent, even through the 90s, which obviously a lot of bands weren't. But even judging them on their 80s output, early 90s output is just phenomenal. And even those last 2 albums with Mike Howe were just phenomenal as well. Just amazing albums. So, yeah, I always gravitate to Metal Church. It's one of those bands that, you know, if I'm kind of struggling on what I listen to, I might put on like a 90s Metal Church album. Do you know what I mean? Just to kind of cleanse the palate.
The Human Fact is my go-to.
Yeah,
Love that one.
That is a great album.
I was just going to say that, you know, what an album that is.
Yeah,
What an album.
My go-to would probably be The Dark.
Yeah, the dark for me as well. But that Human Factor is a cracking album. You don't hear a lot of people talking highly enough about that.
Yeah, it's a really good album.
A great band.
Oh yeah. So they were one of the easy ones to make the list. I just thought, especially that they're one of those bands that I would love to see live. Even with the new vocalist, I'll give them the time. So yeah, Metal Church.
Yeah, I've got to. My interest in Metal Church was The Dark. I bought that. I don't think when it came out, but I've got the my vinyl copy from when I was a kid. And one thing I had in there is from I tore this out of Metal Hammer, and it was in his own words, and it's Duke Erickson and David Wayne talking about all the the songs and what the songs mean to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's got Mekong Delta on the back. I've never heard anything by Mekong Delta.
Metal Marty Matt's a
Hard
big
work.
fan of Mekong Delta.
Hard work, Mekong Delta. Fucking
But,
hell.
Technical madness.
Yeah, but not to distract away from Metal Church. I came in at the David Wayne. I always thought the Dark was just even with the cover, it's kind of a sinister album, and I just like it's aggressive as well. And then hearing the other things that went along, and then the Mike Howe era, fantastic. I agree. Those last 2 or 3 albums as well. I've got the new one, but I've not actually got around to listening to it yet because I've had other things going on.
Yeah, same with me.
But they were fantastic.
I like them. I haven't heard everything though. I mean that stuff with that Ronnie, what do they call him? Ronnie Monroe or something.
Monroe, yeah, I've not heard those either. Yeah,
I haven't heard that
Oh,
era.
they're good. They're good.
And I haven't heard that new one because I don't know. I'm not sold entirely on that new guy. I hear from people that he tries a bit too hard.
Yeah,
but the last 2 Metal Church albums were good though.
ton of bricks. Yeah,
bricks.
I like
Mike Howe was my favourite vocalist. I think
He was brilliant. Like,
yeah. Fake Healer.
oh yeah.
What a tune.
That fucking Badlands song's just one of the best metal songs ever.
That Blessed in Disguise is a great album.
Yeah, it is.
He was
Great.
Mike Howe though, was one of the least metal looking metal singers because he was always dead smiley.
He looked like he should have been in a hair metal band, really.
Yeah, the cunt.
Great vocals.
Yeah, great voice and very distinctive as well. You knew when a song started and he was singing, you knew who it was.
Mm-hmm.
Great vocalist, great band. I like the Dark has got like an epicness about it. Like Andy was touching on it. It's got even the cover's got this sinister, dark sort of. The music's got like a real moody and sort of atmospheric, epic feel to it. Love it. It's a great album.
Yeah, the song. Was it Method to Your Madness?
Yeah,
That's a fucking brilliant song. I love that song.
Top album.
Even Watch the Children Play, it's almost like a ballad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still quite sinister.
Brilliant. Right. Me next. So, it'd be no surprise for you, really, you guys, to see this in my list. You knew it was coming at some point. There's no doubt about it. Again, played a big part in my youth. First band that I ever went to see at the local club. My sort of first taste of a metal gig, and it was one of the greatest nights of my life. Absolutely brilliant. Got to meet these guys. Bought an album there, they signed it, and I've been a fan ever since. And I'll show this album. But Zentrix, this is their Bury the Pain album from recent times, a return to form. Again, a band that I toyed with putting in the list only because of they've got a Kin and Scourge, however you pronounce it, Scores, whatever. The mid-period aren't as strong. Lineup changes and just the twisting sort of style of metal at the time. But this band were from about 20 miles away from where I lived. And to have a band playing this type of music, being signed to Roadrunner Records and being sort of local lads, was just it was mind-blowing to a 16-year-old sort of burgeoning metalhead. I was just like, wow, that's unbelievable. And then DAM got signed to Noise, and they were from Morecambe, and it was just brilliant. But I've just got a massive affinity with the band, and even this album, when they got Jay on board to do vocals, I was a bit nervous about because Scourge, I own it, but I'm not. It's not one of my favourite albums. I had a different vocalist on it. I forget his name. Neil, I want to say anyway. It's irrelevant. So when they said they were doing another album and it wasn't with Chris Astley, you know, Chris Astley was a big part of those first couple of Zentrix albums. He gave it that Bay Area style. He had that James Hetfield sort of style about him. But Jay has just fit right in. Mm. And when I first heard this album, if someone told you that was Chris Astley singing, you'd have to have a little listen for a minute and think, oh, I'm not sure. But they're a consistent band. They're putting out the last two albums, this and the 7 Words, is it called? No, I forgot now. But
the new one, yeah.
Yeah, just quality thrash metal. Maybe a little bit of that modern production thing going on, which, you know, I haven't got a massive problem with it, but it does put me off a bit of modern thrash. But because of what this band means to me, I'll let them off. But yeah, I don't. You know what this band means to me anyway, boys. They're always going to make my list, weren't they? Mm-hmm. UK thrash at its finest.
No, don't.
See, for me,
I'm not telling the story again.
For me, honestly, I can't. When For Whose Advantage came out, I was fucking just gutted. Like, it's like, what the fuck's this? Shutter's Existence is like right up there for me, but like Violence, they just drop off a cliff after that. I never ever got For Whose Advantage. I just thought, like, that's as wimpy as it gets. No, that's it. They're over, and I never ever kept up. And I've heard the new one with not the new one. Sorry, I've heard that one, but I'm just like, nah, Shattered Existence, and that's it. To be honest, I mean, yeah.
Oh, no,
I wish the best for them and all that, because they're nice guys, and you know, I want them to do well regardless. But they're just a one album band for me, like by quite a long way.
No, I quite liked For Whose Advantage. I think those first two are great albums. Like Mark said, the newer ones are just a bit too, I don't know, they just lack something. I mean, they're good, but I don't know, they're just, I don't really return to them that often.
I was super late to the party. I didn't know who Zentrix were back when, and those first two albums, I like them both. I haven't heard the latest one yet, but the previous one that came out with Jay on vocals. Remember Jay, a friend of the channel?
Yeah.
We had him on. God, was that 2-3 years ago now?
Yeah.
That was good. That was a good laugh. That took me a while to get into, but I think it was the modern production a bit, as you mentioned there, Mark. It was kind of, but then because every modern thrash band is doing that now, and it's just not that DIY approach to, you know, don't give a fuck. Even that's not what DIY stands for, is it? DIY, don't give a fuck approach. It's but yeah, I really relate to it, but really enjoy them, especially that first one.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: that everyone, you know, these when a band puts out a new album and they're an old band like fucking Exodus or whatever, put that last album out a bit ago, or somebody like that, and you show it on video and you go, yeah, really love it, blah blah blah. Tell the truth, how often does that get put on the fucking turntable or the CD player after you've sort of, right, okay, I think I know what this album's all about now. I've listened to it half a dozen times. I've digested it a bit. I've shown it on video. How often does that come off and go into the system? to play after that?
It depends. It depends
I was
because I
Yeah.
don't buy stuff and show stuff. I can literally have stuff for a long time before I've shown it, so I get to know it. So talk about Forbidden before, I bought Green, and it was that has been queued up for a while, but I've not. I don't think I know it well enough to, or I'm trying to get to know it. So yeah, I mean sometimes it happens, especially when so much stuff comes through the door. You're always listening to the new stuff, but I like to think I'm fairly honest with what I'm saying about it.
It's a bit of an unfair question as well because it does depend on the album. Do you know what I mean? Because you're going to definitely go and play other albums more than others. Like when I first got the last Onslaught, I played that all the time, and then I'll get maybe a couple of months down the line and go, I'm going to stick that Onslaught back on again because it's brilliant.
Yeah,
but it's not going to be the same with other albums. You might play an album, like you say, half a dozen times, show it, and then you might not listen to it for 6 months.
And that's why I use my Discogs, that randomizer all the time, because if I don't do that, say for example, if I fancy a bit of Zentrix, I am always going to go to Shattered Existence. I'm not going to put the new ones on, but my Discogs randomizer, if that picks out Bury the Pain by Zentrix, that's what I'm playing. It tells me what I'm playing. Yeah, it makes me pull that out, because otherwise, given the choice on a personal level, I'd always go to Shattered.
But then again, if you wouldn't choose that through your own will, should you have it? Because now you're playing it because you're getting told to play it.
Yes, and I agree with you. Where's this hoodie fluff?
What's sorry? What's on the side of your head there? There we go.
Is that it, gone?
Hoodie fluff.
So talking about the Discogs, that's exactly what I do use it for. If it picks an album out for me and I go, oh, I don't know if I want to play that. Then at that point it goes in a pile.
Yeah,
and I'm either going to play.
I think that would go in the eBay pile for Mike.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely doesn't. And I think to myself, okay, I'll play it. I'll tell you what it pulled out for me today. And I got home after listening to it, and I thought, that was a shit album. That I don't remember. The Burning Red by Machine Head.
Oh, fuck off. Don't be ridiculous. That's mental.
No, it's not. It's not. And I thought it was.
It's fucking tremendous.
I thought it was. Don't get me wrong. It's not going on eBay. I didn't hate it that much. But I remember it being a good album. And I had it on the way to work and the way home. And it just sounded so dated to me.
It is. It will be dated now.
And I just thought to myself, do I need that in my collection now? You know what I mean? I don't know if I do. But there was some riffs in it that I thought, no, they're fucking good riffs. Then they make me do the riff face.
It's that album is all about how Rob Flynn just fucking absolutely throws everything, including the kitchen sink, at that fucking recording.
He does. He does, but he's doing a few of the old Fred Durst bits in there and shit like that. That just
but because he grew up on hip hop. That is his big love.
I know.
You know what I mean? He loves hip hop as much as he loved fucking Kill 'Em All. So he's just he's being genuine to himself. I don't like being the same as I used to myself anymore, but
and that's what's good about that app. It picks those albums. I'd have never picked that out myself to play, but I was a bit like, oh, I don't know if it needs to go now. It sounds proper dated to me.
That's quite funny because that reaction Mike had then about you say you didn't like that album is the reaction that we have generally whenever you get rid of any band. In your collection.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Plus, I did think, what's the point? I'd get £1 for that on eBay.
Oh, yeah, the most. Yeah. Right.
Who's next? And is it Andy?
Oh, was it?
Was it me?
Right. This, I think, is the last of the non-classic bands. So if you're stuck with it so far, I'll be into just the classic bands after this. But I am a massive. I've really realised, especially this year, how massive a Gamma Bomb fan I am, and they are a modern thrash band that have not stuck to the same tried and tested sound throughout. You listen to the very first album that they did, it's raw, it almost sounds like they were like, fucking hell, we got a deal, shit, let's get something out. And every album from then on seems to have got better and better. Favorite one for me, I'm not going to say because I'm probably going to do a ranking video soon, but this was the last album that they did in 2020. They've got another album coming out this year. Fantastic live. Don't take themselves too seriously. Irish thrash metal band, but I think out of a lot of modern thrash metal bands that just literally are banging the same drum over and over again, and I don't think they even suffer from that. We're talking with Zentrix with the modern production. I think they've got their own thing going on. They just don't sound like anybody else. They're doing their own thing, and they're happy doing their own thing, and they're not trying to be anything other than they are. So Gamma Bomb for me are definitely at the moment a favorite band.
Yeah, I must admit, I've not liked very much of the modern thrash ever. I like Gamma Bomb as well. I like the fact that the singer sounds like Jello Biafra, and I love the sort of 80s film reference and computer, video game references that they throw in there and stuff. The only thing I think it kind of, I could do with a little bit of variety in there, because they kind of suffer from the, you could grab a song and not really know which album it was from. The albums lack a bit of their own identity compared to another album in the catalogue and things like that. But I really enjoy them myself. Not enough to make a list like this, but I definitely enjoy them.
I disagree. I think the albums have got not. I think they've got periods, and they've like progressed through. So there may be a song that you say like, "Oh, I'm not quite sure which album that comes off," but it's not. It couldn't fit on any of their albums. I think it will be on one or two of them. So I think there's a progression through from the initial album up to the latest one that is. It changes the style. Philly's vocals just change, and he gets sort of richer, and he becomes almost like an instrument. He is so integral to the sound of the band that without him on vocals, it wouldn't sound right, because he just adds so much more to the actual instruments, and he becomes almost like an instrument himself. It's something that has to be there to be heard, and if you listen to the progression of the albums going through, you can just hear him just get better and better and more mature as he goes through. And I obviously think they're fantastic.
I haven't got all their albums, and to be honest, the really early stuff, I wasn't as into that as I like the last. I have the last four, which are all quite similar, aren't they? The last four, and but I like them all, and I'll be buying the new one definitely. I think I probably could benefit as well from having a couple of days sat down, really digesting all the lyrics as well, because there's, I think there's
so good.
Yeah, I think because I've picked some out, and I have sat sometimes and listened to read along with the lyrics and stuff as well. But I think I'll benefit from really having a session of digging into that a bit more than I have.
I don't own any Gamma Bomb records. Well, I mean, all I've heard from Gamma Bomb is when we went to see them at Bannerman's, and they were brilliant. Don't get me wrong; they put on a really good show. But nah, I mean, I don't own I know. Is it Sea Savage? Was
Yeah.
the last one. Speed of Light was one of them.
Speed
I
of
don't
Light's a
know.
great album.
They've obviously got the I love how they package their albums and all that kind of stuff. But I should really pick up some of their stuff because I really enjoyed their set list at the gig. So, but I don't actually own any of their stuff just now.
I like them. Yeah, I don't own all their albums. I've only got 2 or 3 of their albums, but I really like them. And I kind of felt maybe they'd be on Andy's list because I know he's a huge advocate of theirs. But I like them. I like the fact that they are trying. Well, whether they're trying, I don't know. But they're a bit more DIY. They're not going down that modern thrash sound. And I like the fact that they just seem really genuine and real. You know, they're doing what they like to do.
Yeah,
and they're not bowing down to any. And throughout the, how long they've been going now? They've been going quite a while, and throughout
over 20 years.
Yeah. They might have progressed a little bit, but they've never really changed what they are all about to suit what is happening at the moment. They're just balls out thrash metal. I like them a lot.
They're like a midpoint between normal thrash and something humorous without pushing the humor too hard that it pisses you off. They do
it in a pretty clever way.
Yeah, it is. It's not forcing it on you. It's kind of that subtle, like you say. I have sat down and listened to the albums and read the lyrics through, and you kind of go like, "Oh, that's yeah, well done." Yeah. That's pretty clever the way they press that. It's not like kind of in your face and like trying to push their opinion on you. And there are a few things in there, but then they got some great songs about William Dafoe. The whole song about William Dafoe, but they didn't realize his name wasn't William. It's just
William.
William Dafoe. And it's just awesome. I love it. It's just it's the right sort of humor. It's not trying to be telling you what funny is. It's their humor, and you either get it or you don't.
I like what's the ninja song? I like the ninja one. No,
was that off?
Ginger Ninja.
Oh. Oh, let's pull the shoulder.
Is that off Untouchable Glory?
Yeah.
Ninja Untouchables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one goes
untouchable. Yes. Great stuff.
Right. Are we on number 6?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
I have no idea, but let's keep going.
Right.
I don't even know what number I'm on now.
Creator. I've shown this really inconvenient fucking box that I have that takes up far too much room on my new setup now, but never mind. Yes, Creator. Long sort of history with them. Got into them.
Go on, have a piss, Andy.
Got into them for Terrible Certainty when Toxic Trace video came out, and thought it was awesome. Thought Millie looked cool as fuck with that army jacket on and all the hair and stuff, and I was just taken with the whole look of them and that. And they were really, for 87 and that's savage as fuck. Terrible Certainty. Toxic Trace and that was savage in 87, and that was for a while until Morbid Angel and Death. That was as savage as I got, and I thought that's hitting the spot, and loved them. Been there for all the albums when they came out and got them. But not. I stopped at Cause for Conflict. I didn't buy that when it came out, and I backed away from them, and then I stopped buying music altogether. But I made sure I downloaded the albums as soon as they came out, and I was excited when I knew that Andy Sneap had actually, that was one of the good things he did do. He said, "You need to get back to your whole sound. Never mind this fucking Ender Armour and all that sort of shit. You know, you need to be trying to get back to your more extreme aggression sound or something like it, but with a modern spin." And Violent Revolution, I think, is a great album. And you know, I think they've been great when they've come back. Sometimes I'm in the mood for it, and I can put up with the far more melodic sound that they've got now. Other times, I sort of swing between the brutal early stuff and the more melodic newer stuff. And I never really want to hear the late 90s stuff at all. You know, I know there's the odd song in there that's okay, but on the whole, they're not albums that I need to own. But they've just been a band that's always been there, and I've always been kind of infatuated with Millie as a front man, and I've always followed him, whatever he's been doing, and been interested to read, and you know, all that sort of thing. So it's kind of a no-brainer that after 35, 36 years of kind of mostly following that band, that they were going to make the list. I made me peace, a bit like Iron Maiden. They're a bit like Iron Maiden for me, but on a smaller level. I've made me peace that they're not going to put out the albums that they did in the early days. And I get a different enjoyment from them. And even the new one, I was a bit lukewarm on it when it came out. But I ended up really enjoying that one as well.
They were actually in my list earlier today. But I felt, and I know how much you know, like you say, your sort of infatuation with Millie and Creator. I knew they were going to be in your list. And that was the only reason why they're not on my list now. For me, they're the best thrash metal band to ever come out of Germany. I know Andy's not really a fan. I don't know if that's just maybe because of the aggressiveness of those first, sort of that rawness and almost, you know, Endless Pain is. People talk about it as a proto black metal album sometimes, don't they? And it is very harsh. But for me, their first 5 albums, I could listen to them all back to back all day long. They're just fucking brilliant. And even the newer albums from sort of Violent Resolution onwards, they've got that modern nuclear blast sound, which does spoil it a little bit. And Millie's voice isn't quite what it used to be. But
he can sound like Gonzo, doesn't he? Sometimes.
Yeah, I can handle it though, because the guy knows how to write a riff. They know how to play, you know. But those first 5 albums, up to Coma of Souls, just phenomenal, aggressive, Extreme Aggression for me is one of the greatest thrash albums ever. It's just, it does what it says on the tin. Betrayer, I remember seeing the video for that, and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And you're right, there's something about Millie. He's a good frontman. We talked about aesthetics of bands before, and they looked the part, you know. And when you're a young lad getting into music, and like you say, the dress a certain way, the hair a certain way, I was like, yeah, I'm all over that. I want to know what that's all about. Great.
It's just like I say, sort of like a mini Iron Maiden for me. Like the logo, as soon as I see the logo, it still excites me. I think, oh fucking hell, Creator. I just as soon as I see anything to do with them or anything, I instantly want to read it or own it or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Brilliant band.
That's also a band I'd like to see live. But I know what you're saying, that you're going to have really a set a set of fans that are really going to gravitate towards the early albums, and then you're going to have fans that are going to gravitate between the early ones and the newer ones. But nobody's really going to sit there and go, "Oh yeah, I just love the '90s stuff."
No,
you know what I mean. And nobody's going to really gravitate only towards the new stuff.
The die-hard fans are the ones who are going to.
So I think that's quite a good thing, though, that they still attract people back to what they've done before, even though they're putting out, largely quite different albums now. But I think they're still putting out some really good stuff. Like the last two albums that I've put out have been really good. And yeah, they are different, more melodic, but I like that. Do you know what I mean? And like you say, every song's got just a fucking chugging riff in it.
Yeah.
Whether it's new or old. So yeah, I mean they nearly made my list, and they're definitely a band I would love to see live.
Yeah, they're good live.
I saw them live back in when they toured Coma of Souls with Death supporting them.
Oh, well, that's not a bad lineup, is it?
Fuck me, it was good. Weirdly enough, though, Chuck never showed up for it. Chuck had fell out with someone and never fucking showed up.
He went home, didn't he?
Yeah, him and Rick Ross never showed up, so it was just the drummer and the bass player there. But Creator were headlining it. Fucking great. Just fucking great. Millie. He's only quite a small fella. He's got some fucking lungs on him. He was spitting out there, I tell you.
Well, I seen them on the Phantom Antichrist tour with Zentrix with Chris Astley support.
Excellent.
When he came back for a little bit, and Evil, who I didn't even watch, to be quite honest. But that's when I met him on the street and made that short video.
Yeah.
I was kind of like, I was a bit fucking... I wish I could do that encounter again. I would have
meeting one of your heroes back. It's a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I didn't know what to say and do. Everything went to shit. If you'd have said to me, name 5 fucking Creator songs, I wouldn't have been able to name them on that fucking street that day. Do you know what I mean? I would be and my mate who was with us, when we walked away, and I didn't even know this about him, when we walked away, and he was like, "That's fucking good, eh, meeting him, isn't it?" He goes, "Oh, look at that. I should have showed him my fucking Pleasure to Kill tattoo." He didn't even show him a big fuck off Pleasure to Kill tattoo on his arm.
Wow.
We were that like, oh, fucking hell,
Brilliant.
Yeah. I've got nothing to add, as you know. But the thing is, though, I don't hate them. They just never clicked.
Well, you need to sort that out, Andy. I'm telling you, you're missing out. You're fucking terrible certainty, extreme aggression, Coma of Souls. Any of them. Start with Coma of Souls, Andy. I'm telling you, mate.
You'll really like Coma of Souls.
You will. It's melodic and it's not as harsh as you think it's going to be.
Well, I. We'll see. Do you know what? I was just looking like we're about halfway through and we're getting on for 3 hours. So we've got.
Well, we'll have to get a move on.
The best crack on.
The chat a little bit. As good as the chat is, otherwise we're gonna have to do a part 2.
Let's just be more concise. Come on. We'll get through it.
Have you watched our videos, Mark?
I know. Yeah, I know.
So who's Scott?
Scott next.
Sorry, yeah. Okay,
Mark,
he's still thinking. He's fucking making it up as he's going. He's still thinking now.
How can you tell?
He'll be saying, he'll go, did I say Lizzie Borden before, or can I have that again?
So yeah, I'm gonna go with Crimson Glory. No, I'm gonna go. I'm actually gonna go. Have we done that? No, I'm gonna pick the first solo artist.
Oh.
And I'm going to go with Ozzy.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Is that allowed?
Yeah.
You do what you want. It's
allowed.
It's allowed.
With Ozzy.
Just fucking hurry up.
Right.
Yeah.
Ozzy.
2 minutes each we've got now. Come on.
Right. Ozzy, I think he's brilliant. What about you guys?
Isn't milk brilliant?
No, I had to go with Ozzy because he's just a fucking legend, and he's always see when I've got my iPod on it at work and his songs come on, I just think, he's fuck it. They're just, and it's a voice I had to get used to, but see his 80s output up until I was actually about to say, I'm so tired. I was about to say Tears for Fears. No More Tears. Up until No More Tears, that kind of run of albums is just fucking awesome. Bark at the Moon, Ultimate Sin, Tears for Fears. Yeah, it's just amazing. And it's always an artist that I'll follow and pick up his albums. Even his last album was brilliant. I know it was largely written by other people and performed by other people and auto-tuned to fuck. But apart from that, he's just a legend, isn't he? And I still enjoy his music as much as I did when I first started listening to it. So
his early stuff, I love his early stuff probably up to No More Tears, and then I've never listened to any of that shit.
I mean, there is some really great stuff on those albums, like Down to Earth, Black Rain, but they don't compare.
Yeah.
To that stuff. It's not got the same energy. It's not got the same. I don't know. I think there's actually the same kind of sense of humor.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like kind of lightheartedness to his later stuff than there was to, him dressing up as the wolf and there was like a kind of lightheartedness, but and
do you not get the impression, Scott, that he's sort of maybe going along with someone else's ideas and saying, "Yeah, okay, I'll do that for you if you think that'll work." Yeah.
Sharon.
Sharon. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously she's got a massive
cock. Yeah, she's the fucking boss. Big time.
Of course, she's the drive behind the machine, isn't she?
Yeah, yeah.
But that doesn't take away from what he's done, though. He's still performed those songs. He's still done the tours. He's still. Do you know what I mean? I mean, he probably would have done fucking anything anyone told him to do in the 80s.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you know what I mean? He's got a fucking absolute screw loose.
Yeah.
Even though I've just sold all my Sabbath stuff because
Yeah.
Right?
I'm now going to sell all my Aussie stuff as well.
Yeah.
No. Listen. Even though I sold all my Sabbath stuff, because to me all there were riffs, great riffs, but once I learnt them, not asked. When I done an Aussie ranking last year, and I used to think Aussie was sort of, down a 4 out of 10 artist for me, 5 out of 10 artists. When I done that Aussie ranking, by the time I'd listened to all that stuff and had a real think about it, he jumped up quite a bit for me. And I thought, you know what? I find him to be like a pop singer whose shtick is a bit heavy metal-y. I don't find him to be genuine heavy metal. To be honest, I just think he's kind of a pop singer that leans into heavy metal quite a lot. But I think he's great, definitely. And now he's gone from maybe a 4 or 5 out of 10 as an artist for me to be more like a 7.5 to 8. I really do enjoy stuff, and I think the last few albums, like Scott's just said there, people could say auto-tune to fuck. Other songwriters come in and all that. Yeah, I'm not asked. He makes me feel good when I listen to the albums, and
he's always sounded a little bit auto-tuned, though, hasn't he?
He does, always. Yeah. He's got that sort of chorus sound thing to his voice, like a chorus pedal to his voice.
Yeah.
But what I would say is, like, how far would he have got if it wasn't for Sharon?
Oh yeah,
No,
whatever
it-
she is,
it'd be
she's
fucking- it'd be dead.
businesswoman.
He'd be fucking
Yeah,
dead.
right.
He'd be in the gutter now, wouldn't he?
Oh, he'd be fucked. And you know, you don't get the kind of like, he's not like a prolific songwriter. Do you know what I mean? Or like a prolific like instrumentalist. Do you know what I mean?
He's modern.
He gets stuff put down in front of him and he does it.
For me, they're trying to make him to be too like down with the kids now. You know.
Yeah.
And
But-
like I say, probably up to what's the album with Perry Mason on? Up to that point, that's like as far as I really.
Osmosis.
Yeah, that's probably the point there, Osmosis, where I've just turned off because it seemed to become more about like the Aussie, the business, more than. But like, no more tears, no rest for the wicked. Fucking great.
Yeah. He's just done some fucking phenomenal stuff that just won't be beaten. And that's the thing. He's worked with some. It's not like he's working with like nobodies.
Oh no, he's had some of the greatest guitarists.
I know. I mean,
with
even
him.
on his last album, he's had like some of the greats on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's obviously got that influence and
Sharon.
Sure, yeah. And if anyone ever says the words "bark at the moon," can you not think of that? Bark at the moon when it's there, isn't it? It's just there.
You sounded like Uncle. What is it, Uncle Peter?
Bark at the moon.
Uncle Fester.
Bark at the moon. Right, next up, I'm going.
Yeah.
We're going. We're trying to make this more concise, and our 2-minute section turned into fucking 22 minutes. But this is a band from Birmingham. This was a band that, when I first heard them, I was like, I think it was a Peel session I heard, and I was like, what the fuck is that? I'd gone from rock music into thrash music into death metal, and then I heard this band, and they were so intense that my interest was that sort of highly peaked. I was like, I need to check them out. And this is the band that kind of made me go from extreme music into like really extreme music, and that is Napalm Death. Introduced me to the whole genre of grindcore. The first 2 albums are purely grindcore madness. This is the point where they were starting to introduce a bit of death metal, so probably a good point for me to jump on. It was still pretty full on though, to be honest.
Yeah.
And obviously Bill Steer, where is he? Was already in the process of forming Carcass, or he had formed Carcass at this point. But they're just a brilliant band. They've gone through so many. There's not an original member of the band left. They've gone through so many lineup changes, and they had a little period where they did some more experimental sort of sounding albums, which are still heavy as fuck, mind. I think people kind of forget that. But they just blended that insanity of sort of grinding punk with death metal, and they're just a band that every release pretty much is good. There's better albums than others, like I say, but even those mid-period albums that a lot of people knock and slag off because Napalm Death were going down a different route. They're still really good, really enjoyable. But yeah, just a fabulous band and iconic. They've trendsetters, if you will. I wouldn't say the originators of grindcore, but certainly there or thereabouts. The mighty Napalm Death. You should have a go at this, Andy. Jump in on there, bit in it.
I'm quite surprised to see them on your list, mind.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I my sort of thing for them is I haven't got that Mentally Murdered because it's fucking too expensive now. But that was one I had as a kid. It's really the following two after that I cared about. Utopia Banished and Harmony Corruption.
Yeah.
Even though they were just like, oh, what's going on over in Florida? We should get in on that. You know, they were kind of just copying fucking Massacre because they were big Cam Lee fans, weren't they?
And I think as well, Bill Steer, you know, was a big early on, and once he left, I don't think they had that about them to be able to continue doing what they were doing. You know, once they got the new guitarists in, I mean, Jesse was from a grindcore band, and Mitch Harris was from more of a sort of a punky, hardcore sort of death metal, whatever you call the Righteous Pigs. But I don't think they could have carried on playing that style because of Bill Steer. He was a massive part of that, wasn't he? And you've only got to listen to the Carcass albums to hear that.
I once Fear, Emptiness, Despair come on, I didn't like that at all. And then Diatribes and that, I totally, that was it. I was done with them, to be honest, after Utopia Banished.
Well, and I was just saying, that's why I mentioned that mid-period. I was a bit the same, to be honest, Matt. When Fear, Emptiness came out, I was like, what the fuck? But I've gone back to them now, and I can enjoy them. But once they'd released Enemy of the Music Business, all the albums after that are just right back at it, fucking in your face, blistering, grinding death metal.
What the fuck?
He's just got the bin over.
Right, so anyway, me and Andy haven't heard this. So, Andy, what's your album?
Yeah. I remember Napalm Death when they came out.
Thanks for some input, Mike. I appreciate it, mate.
Yeah, and they're not about me. So I am cheating on this round. I have gone for an individual artist, but it's kind of like a 4 or 5 in one because everything this guy does turns to gold. So I have kind of gone for anything related to Kai Hansen. So Kai Hansen solo stuff, but also anything he's done in Halloween, Gamma Ray, Unisonic, and Iron Savior. Just Kai Hansen to me is just, I know he has done some individual stuff, so that's why I put him on the list. But because of everything he has done, an absolute god in terms of his musical output, is probably one of the most prolific songwriters, artists out there. Just the number of different bands that he's in, and just everything he does seems to turn to gold. How's that for a brief?
Brilliant.
Right. Well,
totally agree. Love him. Great guy. I always like to hear him sing more in Halloween, in the early days, you know.
Yeah.
But we know Michael Kiske had a great voice, so it wasn't going to happen, was it? But top musician. You know, he must be one of the most revered German musicians going, mustn't he?
He's another Millie Petrosa for me. If I met him, he'd be another hero. I would sort of fucking climb up and make an arsehole of myself.
I'd be one of your heroes.
I'd rock up and have a smoke with him, but I don't smoke. I would actually do it with him just to spend 5 minutes with him.
I really wouldn't be bothered if I met Kai Hansen.
He's another one who's tiny.
I wouldn't even see him then.
Well, you wouldn't.
It'd just be a wee German mini Jim.
You're not allowed to say that, apparently.
I said mini.
Oh, I thought you said midget.
Nah.
Right, should I push along with it now, or are you still wanting to slag Kai Hansen off, you loser?
No, I quite just keep slagging him off. That's all right.
All right, okay. Give us a shout then.
No, on you go, Mike.
Right, number, because I'm the only one I think that's stuck to a genuine ranking of these. So
you're the only one who's taken this live stream seriously.
Right, number 5 might be a surprise for you. With number 5, you might be thinking, "Oh, I might have thought they were a bit higher." Well, because reasons.
No.
Number 5 is Anthrax. On my old list from 5 years ago, they were number 1 that I said.
Wow.
And, you know, and 5 years ago, yeah, they were my number 1. I've got a huge sort of connection with these. And, but, you know, I could never see the whole, stop slagging Bush off. It's all fucking awesome and blah, blah, blah. And I have really, really fallen out with the Bush era, to be quite honest. I think people all say about Bush being, he's a great singer and that. No. What Bush is spectacularly unspectacular. That's what Bush is to me as a vocalist. He's nothing at all. He's not bad by any stretch, but he's also not good by any stretch. He's just so fucking average. They were not playing the best work there. That groove metal shit has not aged well. I even would lump in... the first thing people want to do is defend Sound of White Noise when you start pulling the Bush era to bits. And no, fuck that. That's going in there with it. It's just not, it's not great at all. And it slips down a bit lower, from 1st to 5th because they're just like fucking money hungry cunts. They're just interested in, we want paid. They're following fucking Gene and Paul and their school of how to run shit. And it pisses me off. They've probably got an album ready to go, but they want to fucking wait. And then, you weren't getting much out of them during lockdown and stuff because it was like, no, we want fucking paid. We want to be able to go and play places and get paid for it and all that. And I get that, but I just find them to be greedy. And lastly, really haven't connected with. Even though I love Joe, Joey's the only person in that band now that I love. The rest, I think, they're a fucking bunch of wankers. But I haven't connected with these albums as much as I would have liked to. I never, ever play these last couple of Anthrax albums. They've actually turned into sort of a 3-album band for me now. It's state euphoria, spreading disease, and among the living is kind of the sweet spot and the only spot now for me. So they've just plummeted down my list.
I get that. I remember when I first listened to Persistence, I was just like,
it's bloated.
It's boring.
It's not. I think people kind of get caught up, and because it came out when it did, people are just, it's a great album. And I'm like, where the fuck are people getting this? That's a great album from? Because that's not a great album. Among the Living, amazing. Spreading Disease, amazing.
Classic.
I mean, I think, don't get me wrong, I think John Bush has his place. I think he's done some really good stuff. Is it what diehard Anthrax fans want? No, but I mean, if it wasn't for John Bush, where would they be now? He kept them going until Joey came back. So, and I think the newer ones with Joey are pretty good.
Yeah, you make it sound like Joey left and John saved the day. They kicked him out though. He may well have.
They thought that he was dated for what they were wanting to do.
Mental.
And
that's just Scott Ian and Charlie Benanti all over, isn't it?
Yeah. And if the tide turned in the music world tomorrow, they'd do it again.
They fucking
And they'd
would.
try and put another justification on it. And I would hope Joey would say, well, fuck off and never go back.
It's mad though to think of it the way we're talking about him, and they're still number 5 in your all-time list.
Yeah.
That's how good spreading disease among the living in state euphoria is.
Do you know what? They were number 2 in my list, and I think these last 2 albums are fucking brilliant. Absolutely love them. The Bush stuff, I like. I get what you're saying. I think he's a functional. He's not superb. I didn't quite get the changeover. To me, when I hear Bush, I hear Armored Saint.
Yeah.
I really like Armored Saint. I think he's great, and that's his band. But
I think Mike.
Rose Tinted Specs for me. Rose Tinted Specs. I love him.
Yeah. I think Mike has just explained John Bush's vocals perfectly. I hear people talk about his vocals, and I don't get it at all. And Mike just said they're spectacularly unspectacular. There's something about John Bush's voice where, when I'm listening to him, I'm expecting him to go somewhere else, like a little notch up somewhere, and he never quite does. You know, it's like you can hear he's got a good voice, you can hear it in there, but he's just like, where's he going to go with it? Oh, he's not gone there again. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
But he's definitely more suited to Armored Saint than he was on Anthrax.
Oh, definitely.
But yeah, but yeah, those last 2 albums, brilliant. Absolutely love them.
Excuse me.
I mean, I'll still buy the new one when it comes
God's
out.
trying to stay awake. Look.
Right. Who's next?
Dio.
Dio.
Oh, Dio.
Brilliant.
I'm quite surprised.
What?
I'm quite surprised at you for picking Dio.
Yeah. Just threw this together, you know.
Oh, right.
Googled top 10 heavy metal bands of all time.
I had to pick somebody. No, I mean, I really loved Dio when I first discovered him. Although the first song, in fact, no, I didn't, because the first song I discovered was Rainbow in the Dark, and I fucking hate that song.
That's good.
Nah, it's not. But when I discovered like Holy Diver and songs like that, I really clicked with Dio up until Lock Up the Wolves. After that, he kind of loses me a little bit. I think he was kind of like successful on merit, basically, of what he'd done before and who he was. But those first 4 in the 80s were, I think they're tremendous albums. He's got an amazing voice. He's such an influence on metal as well. Like, and he's just like a wee good guy, isn't he?
And he is tiny. Where did that fucking voice come from?
He's a wee good guy if you're not Vivian Campbell.
Well,
he doesn't have a lot of time for him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm pretty sure Vivian Campbell was jumping for joy when he died.
Yeah.
But you can't really beat those first 4 or 5 albums. They're just they're excellent.
You said in a video ages ago that it was as if he put them first 4 or 5 albums out and then just went back and went, well, I'll just sort of rework them lyrics again, and the same lyrics and stuff comes up again and again on his latter half of his catalogue.
Yeah, and he talks a lot. He talks a lot about mysticals, dragons, and you know, he does recycle lyrics. I mean, it's like he's like Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper does that. You know, it's just he gets to a point where you're like, what rhymes with this? Oh, that rhymes with that. All right, I'll use that then.
Every fucking death metal band I listen to recycle lyrics. You can, there's only a certain amount of talking about murder and chopping people up.
No, I read.
I read.
Aye, fucking good impression. But yeah, I mean, Dio. 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 I me But yeah, I like how Dio's had such like an influence on metal.
Yeah.
And he's not really full of the bullshit and all that kind of stuff. So I picked Dio.
Great pick. He what a fucking voice. What a voice. He was just metal, when the horns.
Yeah. You can't have it, Gene.
That was Gene invented that.
Yeah, whatever.
No.
He can't have it. He's not having it.
He's not getting it.
Not allowed.
Frick.
But,
And of course, there's his work in Elf.
Oh yeah.
No, I mean, Rainbow and stuff.
He was going to sue Will Ferrell.
Yeah, but if you look at like he's been in Black Sabbath, Rainbow, Dio. It's like that's not a bad career, is it? He's like some of the biggest bands ever, and he's held his own in each of them.
Heaven and Hell.
Yeah.
To me, that's Bible Black and then the Snowfest. Bible Black's a fucking awesome song, but I've no time for the rest of that album. That fucking whatever it was, the last thing he done. But I mean, fair enough, he was a fucking old man by then.
Yeah. It wasn't great though.
You're forgetting Hearing Aid as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Right. Come on, the news next.
Well, I've only got 4 left because I fucked up. I only picked 9, so I don't know if you should miss me out.
It's the top 9 then.
Well, go on then, Andy. You do one.
All right, I'll do one. I'm going to go with Testament.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because when I was thinking about the thrash metal bands, and I put Anthrax would have been in it, and they are in it, but we've covered that already. Metallica 80s would have been in it. Megadeth 80s would have been in it, but Testament pretty much throughout. Totally. I'm not into every album they've done. I don't like the death metally, growly, whatever. Legacy probably now my favorite. It used to be Practice What You Preach, but consistently good and not the same.
Yes,
that's what I like about them.
I concur. They were on my list.
Well, they're on mine as well, but I'll just stick with keeping mine in order, please. Thank you.
All right. So we've got to talk about them again. That's a waste of fucking time, is it not?
Well, I didn't speak about them. All right then. No,
I
but
spoke
no.
about Judas Priest and they were on my list.
Right. Okay. Well, they were numbered. All right then. They were number 2. Testament were number 2 on my list.
Number 2.
Wow.
So that is quite high, isn't it? Even though it took me a while to warm to them, and I don't think I'll ever really truly warm up to the Formation of Damnation. When people go on about how fantastic that is,
that's awesome.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I mean, I like it. It's okay. Huh?
It's better than that one, I think.
I mean, again with these fucking bands, they're putting this shit out, and it's just they might as well have recorded them all in the same year, and then just grabbed half a dozen from that pile and put them all out. But I've warmed to them, the newest stuff. I enjoy it. Like you say, there's enough variety in the stuff. That was my number 2. You're all fucking my order up here now.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's all about you, you know.
Well, to be honest, Mike's got he should be annoyed because he's the only one who's fucking done the homework on it. We've all pulled this together in about 10 minutes before we went online, haven't we?
It's because we don't want to talk about it.
Mike's holding this thing together.
Yeah.
Well,
he is the mucus that binds us.
Yeah.
My number 4 then, number 4.
The jizz between our balls
is Halloween, which is another one I didn't expect to see this high up the list. They were always going to be on the list because of their early output, but like I said with Rage, I have started to dig into the Deadest era since turning a corner on the fucking album from a couple of years ago. I had it for a year and just couldn't get it, and then it clicked, and I went back to the Deadest era, and it's been quite enjoyable, really. That was another one I've just picked up this week. That Better Than Raw. That for me is probably the best Dennis Era album that I've come across so far. But again, even though they're this high up, another band, I've not heard every album, but we've explained that earlier as to why they can still get on the list. And last year, it was a year yesterday when I bought the original presses of the Keepers albums again after having them as a kid. And I didn't pay a lot of money for them, but I already had them on CD. And I thought, do I really, how much fucking fun, how much mileage can I really get out of these two Keepers albums again to be buying them on? Because I just bought the box set as well with the Halloween box set. And then I thought, why am I even buying the original presses? Well, it's because I had them as a kid, and a repress when you've had them as a kid just isn't the same.
Yeah.
So I bought them, and I just thought to myself, you know what? It turns out I can probably get another 35 years out of these Keepers albums because they're just fucking outstanding.
Magic.
Absolutely. Fucking great band. One of those few bands, a bit like Rage, that could take me off my thrash metal journey every now and again, and I could listen to that and think, fucking hell, yeah, that's great. But it was always in my, to my taste at the time, a lot lighter than the journey I was on. But always fucking loved them. A mate of mine, Paul, fucking huge fan. He was Halloween mad. He bought everything. He had everything. The t-shirts, fucking loved them. But they're a great band.
I'm always drawn back to the later stuff.
Yeah.
I know it's obviously different for you guys because you grew up with the Keepers albums, and they're obviously massive when they came out, and it was obviously like a big thing. But when I started listening to Halloween, it was Seven Sinners and The Dark Ride, and even them for me are phenomenal albums, which really do get overlooked because of the time they came out.
Yeah, and that's right. Everyone, when they talk about Halloween, they talk about Walls of Jericho and the Keepers, don't they?
Yeah.
But when you listen, I have a few of the later Halloween albums, and they're always solid. Always.
Yeah, you never find a Halloween album that's just crap.
Even Pink Bubbles and Chameleon, which I don't like, they've still got some nice moments in them.
Oh, I've never even heard Chameleon, but Pink Bubbles is good.
I quite like Pink
Bubbles.
Yeah.
I would say though that the one of the more recent ones I've got with all the ice front with the
God Given Right.
Yeah, that's not a great album. I don't think.
I haven't heard that one.
Couldn't go on. Oh, yeah.
Can't.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say something.
How rude!
Sorry.
Right, go on, Scott.
All right, sorry. I'm going to go with what we on.
Don't choose one of Mike's, okay? Just don't, because
I'm going to go with Sabotage.
No, he won't have gone for them.
No, I won't go for that.
You're quite safe. He
won't have gone for Sabotage purely because the logo doesn't match up on the spines.
Ah, right, yeah. Well, I'm going to go with Sabotage because I think I kind of see them now as a Diet Maiden.
I like it. He has put some thought into this, Mike.
Yeah.
Just today.
Oh, okay.
Imagine what you've done with 2 days' notice.
Yeah, I know. I'd be like a genius. No, I see Sabotage now as a kind of Diet Maiden. They've got the same kind of technical setup, but obviously take a kind of different route in like musically. So they've got these they obviously come out with these like concept albums, concept pieces. Straight. There's nothing that really kind of takes them off track of what they're kind of good at. Later in their career, they start to kind of dip a little bit Maidenish. But they're kind of like their first 5 or 6 albums are just completely solid output, musically, vocally, and just putting together albums that just flow. And again, they're one of these bands that kind of shock you that they never made it bigger because of the quality of the stuff they were putting out at the time, compared to like other stuff. Maybe it was just maybe too mature for the time because people were wanting a bit, I don't know, party metal kind of stuff. Maybe that was just a bit too serious for people. But just one of the best bands for me.
Well, yeah. What do we think? It's a good question you've sort of said there. Why weren't they any bigger?
Yeah.
What?
Bizarre. On a huge record label, getting all the promotion, it was they were playing. I don't know if it's maybe because they were playing a style that crossed a few lines,
or maybe
neither one thing, not t'other.
Yeah,
they didn't fit in the box, did they? They were quite almost operatic in vocals, and
yeah, they were kind of, and maybe there was just other bands doing it better.
I know it's going to sound ridiculous, but the name Savatage put me off as a kid.
Name. It's not a great name.
I couldn't. I was like, what the fuck's that?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I didn't actually know anything about them until Alex Skolnick joined them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd heard of them, and that was it. But yeah,
I don't think there was anyone at that time out there doing it better than them. I honestly just think it was like I've said. I think they weren't one thing or another. There was, I think metal at that time. Gutter Ballet was the first album I heard by them, and I think metal at that time was it was a bit more black and white. It was death metal, black metal. It was thrash metal. It was, there wasn't many bands traversing
between styles.
Yeah, and they were, because they were a bit progressive. They were a bit technical. They were a bit power. They were a bit thrashy. They were a bit epic. They had everything going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I think people liked them, but I think again, music was put in a box back then, wasn't it? We've got to box that. We've got to label them. What style are they? If you can't label them, what the fuck are we going to do with them then?
Yeah.
No. Great band though. I like the Dungeons of Corridor was literally my intro, and that's all I knew for years. And I was surprised how much I liked Gutter Ballet, because I think that's quite different. They evolved and they moved forward, but they did it so well.
I forget which is the one that I go up from all of them till what is it? I stop. It could be what you've just said there. No, Streets. I have everything up till Streets.
Yeah.
But to be honest, Streets is one I sort of struggle with.
It's a bit of a hard listen, that one. I love it, but it's a hard listen.
Which is their concept album? I know they do a couple, didn't they? There was
Is that not one? That's a bit fucking Broadway, that like.
Yeah, that's quite musically.
There's one, I think I watched one of Darcy's videos, and or when he was on with Marty on that channel, and I just picked it up and I listened to it. And I thought, oh god, it's shit. It's terrible. So I think they're very much an 80s band for me, and I'm quite happy staying just there with them.
Yeah, Gutter Ballet and Mountain King's all I need, really. But I do really enjoy the pair of them.
Right, Mark.
Number 4. And this is a band from Gibsonton in Florida. How can I not like a band from Gibsonton?
Gibsonton?
Yeah.
Fucking
Gibson Town, it sounds like, doesn't it? But,
yeah.
Is that what they see?
Yeah. Obituary. This is their latest album, and for me, one of their better albums of recent times. I don't think they've done a poor album. They've had albums that have gone, as with a lot of bands, 11 albums they've got out now, so there's bound to be a few peaks and troughs in there. But their first album is one of the first death metal albums I ever heard, and just sucked me right in, drew me in. John Tardy's vocals. We talk about this, Mike talks about it as well, about death metal vocalists, just unmistakable. This guy's vocal, even now to this day, when you hear it, you know exactly who it is, and it adds so much more to the music. Just a great band, kind of death metal with a doomy sort of feel, very influenced by Celtic Frost, but for me, you know, a lot better. Celtic Frost were very up and down and eclectic in their different styles. Obituary are a bit more. They've always got the same guitar tone. They always play it at the same pace. Not saying.
I think Obituary took from Celtic Frost what they liked and fucked the rest off.
Absolutely, yeah. Just a classic, iconic death metal band.
It's funny how going to see somebody changes your. I listened to that album when it came out, and I was like, nah, I don't think I'll be buying that. I'm not particularly fussed because I don't believe that John Tardy, even though people will hold that album up and go, oh yeah, John Tardy still got it. Doesn't sound any different to what he did in '89. That's horse shit. He sounds fucking totally different. That's more shouty. His signature sound is only faintly still present when you listen to back with Slowly We Rot. But when I now know I'm going to see them in a few months' time, I put that on with a different set of, ears sort of thing. And I was like, you know what? This isn't bad. It's just funny how it changed my perspective on it just because I'm going to see them and I wanted to try.
We've got to go down that Metallica route. These guys are in the mid-50s, approaching 60 years old.
Yeah.
This is bound to be different to Cause of Death and Slowly.
But
it's not that different. They're still pumping out that aggressive, doomy, sort of meaty death metal.
Do you believe they're into it though, Mark? Because that's one thing that kind of I have a real problem when I know bands don't really give a fuck about metal. It's a job. And I don't think they give two fucks about metal. I think it's very much a 9-to-5 job, but on different hours.
Well, the drummer, Donald Tardy, he looks after fucking rescued cats for a living.
Yeah.
Which is... I do. I think they do it because they love doing it. I think they love touring. That's what they do. They don't make enough money off it to do a living, so they all do jobs back at home. But I do think I think Trevor Perez is the face of death metal. You know what I mean? Even when you first saw him on the back of Cause of Death, he looked
got the evil eyes.
He looked like a skeleton draped in flesh. It was like there was something about him. He was the epitome of death metal look, long hair.
I didn't actually realise that they still worked ordinary jobs.
Yeah. Now, obviously, I just think they're a touring band. They're one of those bands that obviously love playing live. But yeah, Donald Tardy looks after rescued cats, spends a lot of his time and a lot of his money looking after pussycats.
Fair enough.
And then writing songs called, well, they're not as torn apart, I suppose, but they're not as sounding the songs on this now.
No.
Weaponize the hate.
Right, Andy.
Cool. I am gonna go with it's not really Magnum. It's not really Magnum. It is Magnum. It's not really Magnum.
Fucking hell, spoiler alert.
Magnum are a big band for me. 22 albums, and I have the full discography plus others. Not metal though, but in the rock and hard rock ish
Hold on a minute.
genre. I'm going. I'm going with it. I'm going with it.
Okay, we'll go with it. Do it.
Not the jam. It's fine.
But also as a good opportunity because I'm doing a deep dive live stream with Jeff on Gas Mask and Hand Grenade on Sunday. Catch that if you can at 7 p.m. And that's just my plug really. But yes, Magnum are a band.
Blatant plug.
When I started getting into Magnum in the 80s, it was a case of things weren't labeled as they are now in terms of it has to be. We talk about Savatage not being, hard to put them into a box. When I was getting into them, there was no boxes. It was just like music that I liked, and Magnum is just one of those bands that are on the much more melodic side. They have everything about them that I hate in metal music. They have keyboards. They have songs with saxophone in it. They have lots of ballads. Everything that I hate about every other band that I love in metal, I like about Magnum.
And do you know what? I am actually delighted that you've put them in because it's sort of. I'm happier seeing you put Magnum in than fucking Ram and things like that because I don't know. It's sort of. I get it, the nostalgia and everything as well. And like you say, it was kind of just all metal. I used to class Heart as heavy metal.
Yeah.
Heart, if they had long hair, it was heavy metal. That was it. It kind of didn't even matter about the fucking sound. Alone was rocky enough for me to class that as heavy metal.
But yeah, but that was the thing. It was the music I liked, and and in fact, there are some Magnum songs that are bordering on heavy metal, and it's not their best stuff. Their best stuff is when they do the almost cheesy melodic stuff. And there are many bands that probably fit in the same genre that I absolutely hate. But something about Magnum.
Yeah,
84, 85, 86, and
Storyteller's Night is a great album.
I have all the 80s ones, and I think they're all great. Even, you're probably not that keen on Vigilante, but I like that one as well.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, do you?
Oh, God, yeah.
I want to buy that Storyteller's Dream, whatever it's called, just purely for the cover art. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, well, they have a few good cover art.
I feel like I'd have to have a bottle of mead while I'm listening to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you need one with a unicorn on, if you want one with a unicorn on or whatever it is, a prancing fucking horse thing, you need to get to get that fucking, yeah.
Yeah, Vigilante's definitely unicorn rather than a horny fucking prancy horse thing.
Yeah, that's it.
Horse thing.
A horny horse.
But yeah, so right. I had to stick them in because I've got like
would they feature that highly on your? I mean, I know you didn't. It's a very loose list, but you've put them in after a lot of all them other bands. So would you rate them higher than them other bands?
Part of my rating was literally the amount of stuff I have by bands, and I have everything by Magnum in terms of studio albums. There's a few live albums I don't have. There's a few symphonic stuff that they've done as well. And we mentioned another band. Who was it? We mentioned that had symphonic stuff. Rage, wasn't it? Yeah. So I'm not into that stuff. They've got an acoustic album. I'm not going to get that. But literally, they've got 22 studio albums.
Yeah. And let's face it, Andy's got them all out because he's doing research on them. It'd be a fucking travesty not to use them all while they're out.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I've been listening to literally nothing but Magnum for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
I did think Magnum would be in there because I do know how much you like them.
Right. Well, this is my number 3.
Number 3. We're in the top 3, everyone.
Even though I've only got 2 more to show because Testament's been done. That was number 2.
Thank you to everybody for sticking with us. I think us boys intend these streams to be a couple of hours when we start them.
Yeah.
We're nearly 4 hours in and we're down to our top 3. So thanks everybody.
So no surprises, probably. Running Wild at number 3. Not quite up there. I don't have the history that I have with Testament and my number 1 pick, and they kind of came out of nowhere for me a couple of years ago, and I consumed the whole catalogue a lot faster and was able to process it a lot quicker than I expected to be able to. And even though someone asked early on in the video, what do I think about the first 2 albums, because they're quite a bit different to the rest of the catalogue. I don't think they've got any bad albums, and I can get it's like my number 1 pick. I can put any album on, and I won't sit and go, "Oh, that's got to go off." It just doesn't matter to me. They don't have the maybe the variety that I would like, really, to put them at a number 1 spot. They don't have the variety, but Rolf Kasperek's a proper fucking riff master, and it's all about the. For me, it's all about the melodies. The guy can just put a fucking chorus together, and it's just fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I've just recently started listening to like some of the Running Wild stuff, mainly because they brought out that was it Blood on Blood?
Yeah.
Because I picked that up and I thought it was brilliant. And obviously I've been aware of Running Wild. They've had their greatest hits, and I know like the names of a couple of the earlier albums and stuff, but I think the kind of newer stuff's. I think I'm going to enjoy that more. But yeah, I mean, I've only got one Running Wild album and like a greatest hits, but I remember you did that like 4-day ranking. But that was good, because it's interesting to, especially when you're not into, like, if you're not fully into a band, it's interesting to see somebody going through all the albums, and it kind of gives you a good sense of, like, where to hit first.
They don't. Brendan in the first 5 Running Wild, but after that they don't use drum machines till a lot later on. Don't worry about that.
I'm not.
No,
I'm not. I think Jürgen sent me. Is it Pile of Skulls?
Yeah,
Is
that's a
that
great one.
Yeah, I enjoyed that, and I have picked a couple up of some of the earlier stuff, and I quite like them, quite enjoyable. But I just loved the fact that when Mike got that into him, he got that into him, and the pirate theme, that he had a pirate's box, like a loot box made just to put his Running Wild albums in, so it looked like they'd fell off a boat and walked ashore.
And he's even sold that now.
That is how you get into a fucking band.
Yeah, I'm chomping at the bit for Noise to put out a box set. Then you'll be able to pick up some cheap Running Wild records, Scott, because I'll need to sell my singular ones.
No, just split up your box set.
Oh yeah, could always do that.
That's the way to do it. What a fanny.
Anyone to buy? Right. Scott.
Andy, have you got anything to say on Running Wild?
I just never delved too deeply. The image put me off, although I do like the album that Jürgen sent me. I've got that weird album they reissued that was like 2 of the albums, but they ended up chopping off a couple of tracks because it didn't fit on.
Yeah, they have drum machines on them.
Yeah, but it's not that would I'm not listening to it too deeply. It's kind of it's all right stuff. It's not like I hate it, but
I don't know why he does that as well. He's got He's got a live drummer and stuff, but I don't know why he uses a fucking drum machine. He's even called it a name, so everyone thought it was a real person. But it's the name of the fucking drum machine.
Though, nobody complains, do
they? Yeah, true. But the thing is, Hellripper, that does not sound like a drum machine to me.
No, it doesn't to me either. No. To the point where I fucked up and said that to James when he was on our live. When another friend of the show,
we have many,
and I said the fucking drummer, how's he doing that? He went, no, it's a drum machine. I was like, sorry. But just before we move off from Running Wild, and don't let me down, but why are pirates called pirates?
Just because they are.
Yeah, we can edit that bit out.
Dad joke. You can't leave that out, can we? Dad joke.
No.
Oh, yeah, no.
Right, thanks everyone for watching. Right there, because we've hit a low point.
Right, number 1, or is it Andy's number 2? Have you?
No, it's Scott's number 3. You just picked Running Wild.
Oh, right, yeah.
Easy.
Fucking hell.
I'll just skip this one. I'll just go to my number 2. Who's got number 2 still to do?
I've got 3 left.
I've got 1.
Right. I'm just gonna go down to my last 2. So you go, Mark.
Right. Okay. Well,
was one of yours Running Wild as well, Scott?
This is pretty much the band that when I was on my thrash metal journey, this band came along with their second album and changed everything for me. From Florida, Altamont Springs, but the main man, Chuck, he's from New York originally, but Death. This isn't the album that got me into Death, it's Leprosy, but I just wanted to show this one anyway, just because it's a good cover. But 7 albums in their discography, and one of the few bands who pretty much all of their discography is top quality. They did change their style from pure gory thrashy death metal into a more precise and almost sort of technical and progressive death metal. And then by the end of the sort of Death era, they were changed into even more not lighter, but sort of less aggressive and heavy. But for me, probably, the most influential death metal band in the history of the genre. I think most bands or most people who were into death metal, this was especially of my age, this was a starting point for them. Just fabulous band. Like I say, they've and even the change of styles in what they were playing. It wasn't like the fans of the band were like, oh, they're changing a little bit. We don't like that. They were that good. Everyone was like, no, we're going with it. We're following you all the way. So they go from gory death metal to progressive technical death metal. People were there with it all the way, And he was a bit of a, I believe he was a bit of a hard to work with. So he changed his musicians up, but he always got good musicians involved to make the best of his songwriting ability, I suppose. But I think most people, even if you're not a death metal fan, you know Death, don't you?
I fell off after that album, and then obviously years later, people were like, "Oh no, you really want to try?"
Human.
But Human's awesome. That fucking, you know what? They nearly made my list as well, right? But yeah. I put the Sound of Perseverance on just to make sure, and I fucking hate it. Apart from Spirit Crusher, is it? And
Sound of Perseverance should probably denied album.
What's happening? Hang on, you went off there.
I think Sound of Perseverance was probably isn't a. It's probably a Control denied album more than a Death album, isn't it? You know, but he was contractually obliged to fulfill it. I mean, when I went off them individual thought patterns, so never really listened to that or Symbolic or Sound of Perseverance as much later on. But when I've gone back to it and I've listened to it and listened to it and listened to it and listened to it, I just love it all, you know, and that's why I was saying I think it's one of those bands that 7 albums of just great music and a real journey from the beginning to the end of styles. But you know what I'm saying about some bands when they change style, people are a bit like when Entombed did started on the Death and Roll, and people were like, oh fucking hell, you know. Wolverine Blues made it or broke it for people. With Death, all those little transitions in style never broke it for anyone, really.
See, somebody's put there that Sound of Perseverance was the first Death album they heard, so I think they're sort of thinking, what the fuck am I saying about? But yeah, you've got to remember that's the first one you heard, so that's going to be that special thing for you. Whereas I'd fucking dropped off a decade earlier. It's very different, isn't it? Leprosy was my getting on point.
Yeah. I speak to a few younger people, you know, and they do talk so highly of individual thought patterns and Symbolic. And, you know, for me, comparing those to Leprosy and Spiritual Healing, there's no contest. But again, if that's the point you jump on at, that's the bit that resonates with you the most, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've only actually heard Scream Bloody Gore. That's the only Death album I've heard. And I quite liked it because it was more, to me, it wasn't really what I consider to be death metal, more thrash.
It's thrashy. It's definitely got a thrashy feel to it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Right, next.
So we're on.
You, Andy, isn't it?
Are you on your number 3?
3. I've only got a couple left. And this wasn't my number 2 because we've been through 3, but I am going to go with my tried and trusted and psychic.
Yeah.
They're not. I'm not going to come out and say they're the most dynamic and amazing band ever, but they're a band that I have always been with, enjoyed most of their albums. I think they are having a big resurgence. They've had a really dodgy period as well. First album was not great. They have always seemed to reacted to what's happening around them rather than being pioneers, but they're kind of heavy metal plodders, and I've gone along with them. And so it's effectively the second to last album I have to show here, but they weren't going to be that high on my list, but we've covered the others. But I always like a bit of Saxon. I think that in the twilight of their career, they're doing a good job of keeping it metal.
Oh, I'd have to agree. Saxon or that's it.
That's what I was thinking.
I like how I'd a wee pause and all I get is a
yeah.
No, I would definitely agree with that.
I like them. I was never a fan of theirs early on. They were like a dad rock band to me. Mm. And then the album came out, Destiny, and that single off it, fucking
Ride Like the Wind.
Ride Like the Wind, yeah.
Oh.
I think they do a great cover of that, to be honest.
I was just like, oh, what the fuck is that? That wasn't, but I've since realised that really wasn't the Saxon that people.
Yeah, well, that was my first exposure to them, and I thought, oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
So that put me off them.
And I'd see people in the club, sort of the old rockers and that, and they'd be wearing
Wheels of Steel t-shirts and that.
Yeah, you know, and they'd have all the patches on, like the proper oldie bands, you know, like Manila Road and Tyson
Rainbow.
and Saxon, I'd be thinking, what the fuck are they listening to Saxon for? Like a pop band, like a pop rock band. Anyway, I went back and I think again, it's probably I know it's Andy's fault and Darcy's fault. That's.
I mean, the last 15 years have been putting out some fucking solid.
I've spent
albums.
a few quid on a few Saxon albums now, and I really like him. I think Biff Byford's got a great voice.
Yeah.
Love his voice. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't call him pedestrian.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I get why they would be on your list, and I get why people like them. I think what kind of didn't help them as well as sort of discovering them on the Destiny album was the fact that they played around here a lot, and it was a bit like, well, they can't be any good if they're playing around here all the fucking time. So I thought they were like has-beens, otherwise they wouldn't be here. This area doesn't get great stuff; it gets fucking desperate people at the arse end of their career. You know what I mean?
It just gets like psychopathic shooters.
Well, I mean, last year we had Curiosity killed the cat playing 100 yards away from my house. I could hear that prick with the fucking hat on.
Shut the curtains,
Ben.
Yeah, yeah. So we get bands like that. And Saxon have been here a lot, and it's just like
band, though.
I know. Oh yeah, I know. I didn't know. When I was they played here a lot when I hadn't been into metal very long, 2 or 3 years, and at that point, just 2 or 3 years into this, I'd had the opportunity to see them a lot. I seen them in 1990. It was like, well, they were part of a bigger concert that day, so I couldn't avoid them.
Are they from the northeast?
No, they're from fucking
Barnsley, isn't it?
Barnsley, yeah.
Barnsley, yeah. So it's Yorkshire way, isn't it? Yeah.
But I like them as people. I fucking can't stress enough. Every time they're mentioned, I always say about that Saxon movie. It's fucking awesome. It's my best DVD. It's brilliant. You've got to watch it. Bands they do. They come to this town to die.
Everyone does. Not just bands.
It's a band's graveyard.
But yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so that's okay.
So Mike had his number 2. Was your number 2 Testament?
Testament, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
so,
Scott, let's go.
Scott.
This has been a nightmare. But my number 2 is going to be Motley.
Oh, what? Never in a million fucking years.
I'm proud of you, boy.
Show those knuckles, Scott. Show those knuckles.
Mild side.
For now, it will change again. But for now,
wow,
Motley are my number 2.
When you see them live, they'll be number 1, won't they?
Yeah.
But
I mean, obviously, Motley they're my band. They're my go-to. That's who I think I'd like to style myself on if I was Motorhead.
A musician.
No. Motley Crue are far better. Anyway. Yeah, I think if I was in the 80s, I would probably act more like a Motley Crue than shut up.
We all know how much Scott.
I mean, what did you think it was going to be? You watched my channel.
I had you down for number 1 for Motley Crue.
I did.
Oh, yeah, I did. Go to
honest to God.
Although after last Monday, maybe not.
Yeah, all these people are shocked. I know I've not made a video in a while, but you've obviously never seen my fucking channel. Anyway.
It's been that long, it's like the first time meeting you.
I know.
He used to be called the Mott Scout.
That means something completely different.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Mot.
All right. So yeah, I've obviously seen a band in the last week, and fuck me, it just blew my mind. So Motley have been relegated to second place, probably until next week when I see them again. But
Yeah.
Then they'll be dropping to third after that fucking clip of Vince Neil I seen.
you fucking shut your mouth when you're talking to me, right? Don't make me slag off Kai Hansen again. So yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm going for.
Well, we all, yeah. I've got no idea who's been number one now. This is fucking blowing my mind. Unbelievable.
I'm surprised they've been dislodged, but I'm delighted they've been dislodged.
Yeah.
For now, just for now.
There's a guy on YouTube who is renowned for just showing black metal, really underground black metal. And his channel's called Motley Crue Forever.
Oh yeah, I used to speak to him. I said to him VCLT.
Yeah, he is a massive Motley Crue fan, but he's also the biggest black metal fan you'll ever know.
But yeah, he's like he loves Motley Crue, Wasp,
and
every black metal band ever.
Yeah.
Is it Nick, do they call him or something?
That's him. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
He's been on YouTube for years.
He has.
Yeah.
He's been doing it.
He put the fucking video up, and in no time, it's got thousands of views.
Yeah. Motley Crue Forever, and then he's showing fucking proper black metal,
Underground black metal,
the rawest of black metal.
Mm-hmm.
Right, number two for me.
Right,
number two.
Here we go. Number two. So from Stockholm in Sweden, and this was a tough one for me, to be honest, because there's two bands I was going to go for, but I've gone for this band only because I think their discography is probably slightly stronger than the other band. And this band was formed out of the ashes of another band, only recorded one album, which again is one of my favourites from the Swedish scene. And I have gone for Dismember. It was either these or Entombed, to be honest. But I had to go for Dismember. You know me, and I talk about that Swedish HM2 style death metal. There's no one does it better than these boys.
That's true.
Like I say,
even though they didn't use a HM2 pedal, though, you do know that, don't you?
I do know that, yeah. But they've still got that sound. There's quite a few of the bands who we talk about the HM2. I suppose we're generalising, really, but it's still got that really overdriven, thick, bassy sort of tone to it. I don't think Grave used a HM2 pedal either, but it's still got that feel to it. It's death metal, and I think sometimes Dismember always get tarred with being more aggressive than Entombed. They are, but they're also more melodic at the same time. Their sort of mid-period albums are really melodic. Entombed had already gone down the sort of death and roll, whatever you wanted to call it, style. But Dismember stuck to their roots, you know, and all throughout the sort of late 90s and 2000s when metal wasn't having a good time, these boys were still at it. And Nuclear Blast have just done a box set with all their albums on. And I am super, again, another band where I'm excited. When I saw that pre-order come up, I was like, even if I'm fucking skint, that's going on the credit card. You know what I mean? There's no way I wasn't having it. And for a band that formed in the late 80s to still excite me to this day, I know it's not them exciting me, it's Nuclear Blast exciting me, but Says a lot, doesn't it? Dismember, superb.
I seen that box come up. It's got 12 albums in. I didn't even know they had that many albums. When I was a kid, I only knew Indecent and
Eight full
Obscene.
lengths. They've got 8 full length albums out and a couple of EPs.
I didn't even know that album you've just shown there back in the day. No idea. We just had Indecent and Obscene, and that was it. And then it was years later that I heard that album, and I've never ever heard how else. And I don't own anything, so I was never going to buy that box set, but I would buy the first 2 albums.
Yeah.
But I'll have to wait and see, because
that box set, Nuclear Blast put it up, and there's 1,000 copies of it.
it went in no time, didn't it?
Yeah, and I again, I knew it was being put up at 9 a.m, so I was up, and I was one of the first, got straight on there.
How many people died for that album, Mark?
Sorry?
How many people died for that album?
I know. But 1,000, I think 1,000 copies of it, and it was sold out by dinner time. You know,
which it's fucking stupid, to be quite honest. I mean, this is what I don't understand. They're in the business of making records and selling records, and here's a band whose discography goes for fucking serious coin on original presses.
Oh yeah,
they're hard to come by. So why would you press 1,000 of a band like that?
Even the reissues that Regain Records put out, they go for fucking Brewsters as well.
Yeah, I mean, they could have put 3,000 box sets out and still have shifted them easily.
Absolutely,
I don't know why they've done that.
I was amazed when I saw only 1,000 copies, and it went like literally like that. But they fucked up as well, Nuclear Blast, because they kept it up for the orders. So apparently quite a few people had ordered it and then
oversold it.
Yeah, they oversold it, so ended up getting emails the next day saying, sorry, we've oversold, and here's your refund. Really, that's a twat, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't understand the thinking behind that type of fucking business move. And the other one where there's like albums that's getting repressed on vinyl now for fucking 30 quid. And you can find the OG for a fucking tenner all over the spot, because they're not scarce albums, but then they're repressing them wanting 3 times the amount.
What they are doing though is they are re-releasing them all as single.
Oh right.
Simon's saying that they are going to redo a run of just separate albums at some point after the box set comes out.
Right.
So you will be able to get them all, but
I'll get the interest of it, isn't it? Maybe they have thought about that. We'll get people dead upset they haven't got the box set, so they'll snap up the reissues, and they'll probably be some of the reissues will probably cost more than the box set.
Probably twice the price. Yeah,
I'm surprised they didn't go the route of putting the box set out full of picture discs, knowing that people would be still that desperate for them. They would buy them and then put out the normal black vinyl.
They might do that, because the ones in the box set, I think they're all yellow and blue, like the Swedish colours, the Swedish flag. So when they do the reissue of the single albums, if you will, they might do that. They might just do them on black vinyl.
Right,
Andy.
Well, I'm down to my number 1. Has anyone got any more?
I'm down to my number 1.
I'm down to my number 1.
Okay, well, I'm down to my number 1 now. Then should we all bring them out at the same time and then
do a reveal? I reckon they might be.
Right, wait it out, because I'll have to get an album then.
All right.
I better show an album for this.
If he's got an album that's knocked Motley Crue off the top spot, I need to see it. He can't just talk about it.
I know who it is, because I've seen him this week, and how excited he's been, like a wee boy.
I'm ready.
I think I might know who it is. So who's going first now? Mike's
all together. Let's just see what we've got for our number 1.
Right.
Shall we go for it?
Right. 3, 2,
1.
Off. Oh, one of these kids ain't doing the same thing. It's like
I'm
a bad Sesame Street, this, isn't it?
you fucking
What is that,
cheat.
Scott? Is that a program?
Yes.
Huh? I hope they fetch that live album out because I'll just buy that for the cover.
Well, it's not actually. I felt a bit done by it. It was a tenner, right?
Mm.
But it's a poster program.
All right.
So
Yeah.
you do
I'm
get.
glad you bought it first.
Yeah, you do get a
Don't-
program, but it's like opens out into a big Eddie poster.
It all makes sense now because he's been to see him live and he's
I
got the
swear to
program.
God.
They're my favourite band.
Best show I've ever been to.
And yeah, and after you see Motley Crue next week, they are going to be about 10th in your fucking list. After
Who's
that.
this explosive action? Oh yeah. Hang on my heart in
Mark, what did Simon say then?
Who's Simon?
He's explosive action.
He's talking
Yeah.
shite.
Mark, hey, listen, Simon knows his shit. I'll have you know. But you know, I'm not saying Iron Maiden. I knew
Simon talks shit.
Andy's was going to be Iron Maiden. I knew Mike's was going to be Iron Maiden. I also thought yours would be Motley Crue and Iron Maiden in there. What did you think mine was going to be?
I hoped it would be Iron Maiden because I can't believe that Iron Maiden never made your top 10 bands.
They just
It was never going to make his top 10.
never. They were. I
Not a
absolutely
million
love them.
years.
I absolutely love them now. But when I was getting into music, they were just. I heard them all the time in the rock clubs and around about and gigs. They play the music in between songs. So I was well aware. I was just on a different journey, and I could hear them playing, and I liked them, but I just was on another. I was on a more heavier journey at that point, you know. But you know, somewhere in time, my mum and dad bought me a cassette when on holiday. Bought me a T-shirt of 2 Minutes to Midnight. So I loved them. Don't get me wrong. And I was a big fan, and I'll always be a big fan. But I was just there was. I suppose, like, you know, anything, those bands that are just a bit more important to, you know, Iron Maiden have kind of always been there for me, like a safety blanket, like a safety net, you know.
Well,
just
honestly,
there.
right, see the run up to this gig. Obviously, you guys, nobody knows the story about when I missed them the first time, but my heart had a wee flutter, and I basically keeled over 5 hours before the gig and never made it because I was in hospital. Then I got a pacemaker, so I got me and Andy and my mate tickets, and I was like, "There's no fucking way I'm missing this show." They brought out the set list. What? I thought somebody spoke there. They brought out their set list, and I thought, "Oh my god, this is like the perfect fucking set list." Who's this gay boy? Or no, what I should say is, you're a twat. You're a twat. You're a twat. No, so when they brought out this set list, I was like, I'm not even going to fucking drink. I'm going to drive. The only thing that can really fuck up is if one of them dies or my car breaks down.
Yeah.
So, went to see the show. I was excited as fuck. And honestly, it's one of the best shows I've ever been to. It was fucking brilliant. They're still on fire. Bruce sounded amazing. And I think I think we should say right now, if you've not given their newest album Senjutsu a shot, I've spent a lot of time with it over the last couple of months, and I did like it. I remember I did a first reaction to it, and I thought, oh yeah, it's just usual Maiden. They're starting to plod along, they're kind of going through the emotion and all that. But Senjutsu is fucking awesome. Some amazing songs on it. See Hell on Earth. When they played Hell on Earth, it was fucking insane.
Can you now give us your updated opinion on Heaven Can Wait? Because I saw you
fucking
singing it.
Amazing. It's quite funny.
Did they play it?
They
Yeah.
played it, yeah.
Did Scott
So-
sing along, Andy?
Yeah, so basically,
Oh,
I looked as they started playing it. I looked up at Andy, and Andy's looking at me, going, "Here we go, way.
Have a go away.
Fucking here we go, way. Fucking here we go, way." But what made it amazing is Somewhere in Time, Eddie came out, and him and Bruce had a massive laser gunfight.
Oh, that you filmed that? I saw that footage
Yeah.
on your
And that,
Facebook.
so that was in
Yeah.
the middle of Heaven Can Wait. So I was like, I fucking love Heaven Can Wait now. So yeah, and then
So that's why Motley Crue's number 2.
they'll be number 2 until Friday, next Friday.
Yeah.
But honestly, hands down, best show I've ever seen. Brilliant.
So why is it your number one, Mike?
Honestly, Maiden for me now. It's not even. It's beyond music. It's like fucking medicine or something. It's like food. I can listen to anything that they've done, and love it all. And I was the fucking strict 80s only, blah blah blah. But you know what? I was thinking, what can I talk about when I talk about Maiden? I am quite happy with where they're at, because how many albums that's the fast, gallopy, Maiden, energetic stuff from the 80s did they put out? They put out a lot. Now, what would be the sense in just making 17 albums or whatever, 15 albums or something, all of that same thing? How are you supposed to grow and really enjoy a band? They'd end up like fucking Slayer or something. You know what I mean? You need to have... So kids that are getting into Iron Maiden and love fucking Power Slave and Killers and all that, when they get to 50, that you can't just have every album sounding like that. So they've took the foot off the pedal. They are the slower. I still think they play the very much the same style, only it lacks the energy, which is just down to their age. That's going to happen to everyone. But for me, I mean, the fucking nostalgia is palpable as soon as I listen to Maiden. It's just ridiculous. And now I don't even care about like that whole, oh, well, I really prefer the 80s. I don't even think I would say that anymore. I don't have that same distinguished difference between what they do and what they did. I absolutely, totally love it all now. And they make me well, if you know what I mean? And nobody else does that. And they're one of these bands that, do you know what? Just to summarize exactly what I think of them. If Maiden fetched out a box set advertised on Monday where it was all the albums, all the singles, all the 12 inches, a fucking t-shirt pack and everything, and it was costing me my entire collection, all the tour programs and everything that they've done, and it was costing me my entire collection, and I could never buy anything else, I would still buy it. I would sell everything to buy that, and I would get just as much enjoyment out of it as having a load of MP3s of fucking Testament and Creator, but having all that Maiden stuff. That is the difference.
I think for me as well is they've done it so differently to just everyone else. Do you know what I mean? They're one of the, arguably the biggest metal band in the world, maybe alongside Metallica. And they're not, but what I like about them is they're not celebrities. They're just guys. It's like after the show in Glasgow, we heard that Steve Harris went out for a pint with Frank McAvenny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And people were getting their photos taken in a pub because he'd just gone for a pint.
And did he not do a gig with British Lion, like in between two of the dates or something? Just
Probably.
got his other band going.
Yeah,
Bruce,
but I mean,
Bruce last Friday did. He went to some RAF squadron headquarters and played with their cover
Boys.
band. They did the Trooper.
Really?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I agree with what you got. I'm not sure I'd sell my whole collection though, Mike. That would be a bit tough. But I would. Yeah, I agree with the sentiment of both. They were my first, my last, my forever.
Iron Maiden to me are like they're like when my mum gives me a hug. I just like you. I had it when I was young, and I still like it now. Little cuddle off my mum every now and again. You know what I mean?
I just love how they're not
like a nice warm blanket on a cold day. It's like if I put Iron Maiden on, it's like I think what Mike said there. It's not medicine to me, but if I'm not sure what mood I'm in, I can pretty much put Maiden on, and that album will fit the mood I'm in.
No,
you know.
But it's like I like how they're never in the press. They're never bitching about anybody.
Yeah.
Nobody's bitching about them. You know what I mean? They're not.
They get on with it, but they're not autopsy, are they?
They're not fucking autopsy.
I was going to say let's come back and what was that? Mark?
The filthiest and dirtiest of death metal bands you will ever hear. I don't want to hear Mike's opinion. He's only going to upset me. This record here, Dave. I know Dave's comment there. It's a bootleg from I got it from Hell's Headbangers, and it was recorded in Wrexham, and I bought this because I was at this gig. I was actually at this gig, and if you listen carefully, you can hear me in the crowd. Andy,
is your name on the back?
No, not even spelt wrong. It's not even fucking on it. But yeah, it's called Gasping for Gore. It was from Hell's Headbangers a couple of years ago. But I wanted it so much because I was at the gig.
You've got to have, if you can get a physical copy of a gig you were at, you've got to have it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've got 2 or 3 in my collection.
Absolutely,
and I just love them because of it.
Yeah. There's a Cancer one as well, recording Wrexham, and I need to get that as well.
I would like the Maiden from.
John was bounced with it. It was John's mates who used to put these nights on, so John will have been there without a doubt. But there's a band from Telford called Cancer, and they played there. They've got this label, Reek of Death Records. They sort of specialise. They put out shitloads of bootlegs. Not expensive either. I think I paid about 20 quid for this. But yeah, for me. You know me and how much I say filthy dirty. I know people are probably fucking sick of hearing me saying it, but this band are the epitome of that. You know, superb, but outvoted 3-1.
No.
So if you were going on a desert island and you could only take Autopsy albums or Iron Maiden albums, and you were there for 12 months, you would be going with fucking Autopsy.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
That is different.
But that's because that's what makes me tick. That's what that's what music really excites me. I
can't believe you're so shocked, Mike.
Iron Maiden gives me a cuddle. Autopsy gives me a blowjob.
Oh yeah. I like it.
I'm not shocked that he's got Autopsy on his list. Of course, I'm not. I just find it like I sort of tried to think of scenarios or like take my choices to the extremes like that and go, you know, right? Well, let's be honest. Whatever you think of Running Wild, if you were fucking stuck somewhere and you had to listen, what would you do? And I thought there's only got to be one. There's only going to be one choice for me. It would always be, you know, I could just listen to Maiden all the time with a lot more before I would be exhausted than anything else.
Yeah.
I would have got fucking pissed off.
But you see, that for me,
sooner.
most of the music that I listen to nowadays that does it for me, that's where it came from. That's where it originates. These boys they're just the epitome of that style of filthy, dirty, horrible death metal, you know. And there's enough in their music to keep me satisfied for those 12 months on that island. There's speed.
Well, that's great. I mean, I didn't actually think that would be possible for any fucker, to be quite honest. But yeah, fair play. Yeah, I mean, go on.
So I like the first album. I've only ever heard the first album, and that surprised me that I liked it.
Yeah. I went back and bought the first album because I used to like it, but the second album put me off it, and I forgot that I really liked the first album, so I re-bought it again. But no, I wouldn't need anything else, mind. That's the itch scratched with the first one.
Right.
Yeah. Immolation. I knew Roger had pick Immolation. He loves them. I do like Immolation a lot.
See, my death metal appreciation's very much been put in check with some of the comments in here tonight, because I always look to buy death metal albums all the time, but I get them and I'll put one on. I'll be like, oh yeah, great, and I'll play it 2 or 3 times, and then I revert back to something like Iron Maiden or something. That would be a treat, sort of, a break off from something like that. Whereas Iron Maiden would just be like.
But that's the difference, see, because that I'm the other way.
Yeah,
I'd be listening to the death metal all the time, and then for a little treat or a little break off, I'd listen to Iron Maiden or Halloween or whoever it is. That's what gives me that little little break from it,
And I obviously realised that you would be listening to a lot more of it than me, but I didn't realise it would do a full flip over to that extent, if I'm honest.
Yeah. It's just been my go-to genre for so many years, and they're the sort of godfathers of it for me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that'll be that then.
Right. So we've made it in the end. Only took us 4.5 hours.
and we fucking sped that up at the end.
So all the bands that we really love, we literally just glossed over to get through the last hour and a half. But,
that's the way we do things, though, innit? That's the way we rock.
Cool.
Nice one, Gareth. Thanks very much. Thank you to everybody for tuning in.
Thank you, everyone.
And
yes, definitely.
Spending 4.5 hours with us. Properly appreciated.
There'll only be like 3 folks still watching, but we
Right.
appreciate it.
Nice one, Jason.
Thanks everyone for watching. We are.
Thanks, guys. Take
See you
care.
later.
Enjoy
Cheers.
the weekend.
Good weekend, everyone. Oh.